I'm going for a drive but I love you 20.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing? I know I keep saying I'm going to work on a proper intro there. We're going to have some kind of funny little catchphrase. I didn't like the last one. I haven't come up with a better one yet. And I have been very busy, so I've not even had time to even consider it. But I hope we're all doing well regardless. Let's get some music going. I'm putting back on the Zelda and chill. I like this stuff. I like my lo-fi Zelda stuff. I think this goes hard, and I should be using it more often. I feel like I overused it a little bit, but we've had a little bit of a break, so I think it's all right now. Thank you for the stand, Grass. Speaking of thank yous, massive thank you to Vi. I see you. I see you, Violet. My man is driving, but he out here dropping the subs. I appreciate it. Wait until I go live just so we can get it. I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you very much. Appreciate you. And hello to everybody else. Congratulations to Luna for getting first. Is that your first ever first? It is indeed your first. Congratulations on your first. A good snipe, catching me despite the fact that I was late. So very sorry if you've been waiting here since like 8 o'clock my time, just waiting for that snipe when I have been late again. I'm hoping this will be the last time I'm late in a while. I've just had a hell of a fucking week. Lots been going on, very busy, and I've just like not even had time to fucking sit down. That is a bit of an exaggeration. I did play games with Reverie today, but yeah, I've like not even touched Path of Exile outside of stream, which has been crazy. Like that should tell you how bad it's been. I've been that busy. But no, congrats Luna, and hello to everyone else getting their daily naps. I see Grass, Nat, Serial, Justin, Vi, Rev, Pluto, Modmum, Sin, Milk, and Ultra. Hello everybody. What messages have I missed? What are y'all yapping about? Nat has hit her nap. Nat with the nap. I need to actually change this. we've got a little bit of a different setup today. Things are going to be a little different than usual. And, you know, it'll make sense when I show it, but I'm trying to organize it so that I can see my YouTube chat alongside my Twitch chat, because I cannot have my normal screen up. I can't have my normal overlay going for reasons that will become apparent very shortly. But yeah. What else was I going to say? I think there's something else I was going to say, and I cannot remember what else I was going to say. I was going to check chat. I was going to see what everyone else is up to. Luna, you are still sick. I'm sorry to hear. Cannot breathe through your nose. That is not good. Yes, do go to bed as soon as you feel the need. As soon as you start getting tired, please. I don't want you sticking around just for my sake. Look after yourself first and foremost. I'd hate for any of my friends to get sick. What else have we missed? Hi, Cindy. Hi, Wazzy. Hi, Mudmum. Hello. It's good to see you again. Ultra, my man. My hype machine. Look at him go. Ultra Grass. Everyone's excited. Look, everyone's so happy. Everyone is so excited. I felt that, Wazzy. You feel the just like being hella busy. It really has been that way lately. I've been trying to get a lot of cleaning done around the house, and I'll tell you what, every time I feel like I'm on top of something, other shit happens. Today it was my stupid fucking cat. The god fucking little asshole Scuttle. I left the window in my office, left the window in my bedroom open last night because it's been sweltering hot, right? And my bedroom is at the end of the house, as far away from the air conditioning as physically possible. So even if I leave the air conditioning on all night, I am still sweltering. And that means, yeah, it's super hot. So I left the window open because I'm like, okay, you know, I can get some air in. And sure enough, I had like the best sleep I've had in ages. It has been so long. I've been sweltering, having horrible sleeps, but then this was just perfect. And what's worth noting is that I have a fly screen, as I think most people would. Oh, hang on. Banana? Banana. That must be extraordinarily confusing to all the people over on YouTube. I have no clue what the hell is going on right now. They're just like, why the fuck is this guy chanting about a banana? They can see the banana, but they cannot hear the banana, which is probably very confusing. Banana, hello, Joey, welcome in. How are you doing? But yeah, so I've got this fly screen, the window's open, and that means, obviously, the fly screen means flies don't get in. It means mosquitoes don't get in. Any of these bugs that you usually would not want in your room don't get in. But what happened was I leave my room today, you know, just minding my own business. Doors open, window is still open because I'm just letting a breeze in. It's been a bit of a colder day, so I'm just like, I'll let the room air out and let the cold air, especially with the rain, sort of just waft in and keep everything nice and cool. But then I just hear this massive fucking banging a couple of hours later from my bedroom. I'm like, what the fuck? I go down, and the little asshole Scuttle has decided he wants to climb it. He wants to try and climb the fly screen. As a result, there's holes in it. He's actually just completely ripped it off. So I had to spend over a fucking hour today fixing that stupid fly screen. There's now holes in it. It doesn't fit properly anymore. It's it's only like semi-functional now instead of actually being perfect. And it's all because the dumbass cat decided he wants to try and climb it. Getting a bit fed up with him, I'll tell you what. Good luck, he's grabbed food, happy programming. Thank you, Mirror. Hope your stream went well. If you are done, then I can close that tab. I'm sorry to whoever Mirror rated, but I ain't lurking for you. I ain't out here lurking for no one except my homies. That means I've got an extra lurk, actually. It means we have a second lurk that we can donate to a person who is deserving of it. Who deserves a lurk? What homies are out here that we should be lurking in? You know what? Spooky. Let's go say hi to Spooky. Mirror's over there lurking as well. Caught you, Mirror. She's everywhere. All right. Mirror the sweet. Mod Mum being not tired. That's new. That is wild, in fact. I'm glad to hear that. It's been crazy the past few days. Shoot through Bub's nightlight wire. Jesus Christ, yeah. It's something in the air. The cats everywhere are just going insane. W hair? Yeah, it's all right. I don't know. Not my favorite. The buns are a bit weird. Like, what am I supposed to be? A fucking bow bun? Just got these little bow buns on my head. Look edible. It's weird. I prefer my hoodie. Where's my hoodie? Give me my hoodie back. Probably feel tired later. Yeah, it's always when you just like, you're feeling on top of the world. You're like, wow, this is it. This is my day. And then 2 hours later, you're hit with a wave of tiredness, the likes of which you've never felt before. It just hits you like a tidal wave. It's insane. Oh, but yeah, hopefully it goes better for you. And hopefully I also do not feel fucking awful. I'm feeling all right for now. I've had dinner. That's why I was a bit late. I had to sort out dinner and that took fucking forever. And then I've also had a tea. I've been having tea more often. I'm sure Sunflower will be very happy to hear. I actually got lemon tea. I got some lemon flavored tea because it's been to be good for my throat. And you know what? I think it is. I'm getting into a habit of having one before stream because I think the caffeine is just enough to keep me going through stream. Whereas like if I had a coffee, that's going to be too much. And it's also just really good for my throat. It helps me breathe a little bit better and also just makes me feel like my throat is not gravelly as it often does. So it's very good. It's very good. I'm feeling much, much better. When I slept today, it wasn't even on purpose. Tooties was just playing a slap game or something and somehow caught a stray. Sure, Justin. I'm sure it was just an accident. You did not mean to walk in and magically get your ass slapped. No. Always feel tired by 4 p.m. That is me, except it is 12 p.m. and I wake up at 11 a.m. I'm just always tired, man. I'm always tired. Help. Send help. I'm hoping that actually having like a colder room, a room that's at least not sweltering overnight, is going to help me sleep a little bit better because it really just has been some kind of pattern for, honestly, like now that I look at it, all of summer basically, where I have felt just completely destroyed. So I don't know if it is literally just like I can't sleep in hot weather or if the hot weather really fucked with my ADHD meds or whatever the go is, but it's either an insane coincidence or summer is just my worst season. I wake up at 5 to 6 a.m. every day. It's not fun. You see, I would like to wake up early. I'd like to wake up probably not that early, but I'd say like 7 to 8 would be the perfect time to be waking up. And I used to, actually, a very long time ago when I was at university. I had a really good sleep routine because I was at university and I fucking needed it. I was one of those uni kids that actually did have a good sleep routine. Mostly because, being autistic and introverted, I didn't go out partying or drinking. So what the fuck else am I meant to do all night? Except play League of Legends and scream at my computer. Anyway, that's not the point. Yeah, I used to wake up at probably like 6 to 7, honestly. And then I'd go to sleep by midnight and it would usually be more before midnight, probably like 11-ish. And that was really good. That was a nice routine. I liked waking up early. It feels good to wake up early, but now I don't do it. I enjoy waking up early, but I also enjoy going to sleep late. I enjoy being up at like 2 a.m. and then also being up at 6 a.m. And that gives me like 4 hours of sleep, which my body does not agree with. I wish I had that superpower. Those people who could just sleep on like 4 hours a day and they wake up, they feel like nothing is wrong. I'm like, how do you do that? What am I missing? Can I learn this strategy? Because if I could cut out half the sleeping time, I would have so much more time to do all the cool stuff. It's hard enough fitting like everything in with my life as it is. When I get a job again, it's going to be like, wake up at 8, be, working by 9, work until 5 p.m., 5 till 8 is basically just dedicated to house, catch up on chores, cook dinner, all that kind of stuff. And then 8 p.m. till midnight is streaming on every day except Thursday, because Thursdays I hang out with friends instead. So we'll see if the whole 6-day week schedule continues as I move into full-time work again. I don't expect it will have to change because I was doing this whole thing at the start of last year when I very first started streaming. And that was also while I was full-time employment. So it'll mostly just be if I really feel like I want to continue at 6 days a week. We'll see how things go. Anyway, cold rooms are the best to sleep in based on research. They tend to be worse. Warm rooms tend to be worse. That sounds, yeah, that checks out. Source, I slept in a cold room one night, a warm room the night before. I felt better in the cold room. Very scientific, very large sample size. But yeah, my watch actually says that I get a decent quality of sleep. It usually says my sleep quality was like 86 or something. And I'm like, that's pretty good. That was in the hot weather though. So I don't know. If that's an 86 and I'm feeling like shit when I wake up, then I can't imagine even getting a perfect sleep score is going to be that much better. So something I'm missing, clearly. Got to look into this further. Got to do some research. No Squid Game? Why are we talking Squid Game all of a sudden? I'm going to let you all in a secret, actually. If we're talking about Squid Game, I've not seen Squid Game. I've not seen the first Squid Game. I have not watched it yet. Actually, no. I watched, I think, 2 episodes with my ex, and she was just like, oh, I don't like this. This is too scary. I don't want to watch this anymore. I was like, oh, okay. I was enjoying this. And then I just never ended up watching it again. I got up to the part in, I think it was like episode 2 or 3. I guess this is like spoilers for early Squid Game. Block your ears if you're like me and haven't seen the whole thing. Or if you haven't seen like episode 3. I got up to the part where they all came back. Where they got let go because everyone voted to leave, but then they all voluntarily returned because they wanted the money. That was where I got up to, and I haven't seen past it. But I've heard it's insanely good. So I would like to watch it. I just don't find the time to do half the shit I want. Bro, I'm barely finding time to play Path of Exile 2, and that shit's living rent-free in my head. I want to play PoE 2. It is taking all of my strength not to take this stream that I promised would be coding and say, haha, joke's on you, and we're playing PoE 2. Yo, Peaches! Hello, hello, welcome in! How are you going? God damn it. Wolf's chat actually robbed Peach of the big shout out that she was supposed to get for the raid. This is all Wolf's fault. Wolf has deprived Peach of the shout out. That's not my fault. That is entirely your fault. Everyone point and laugh at Wolf taking away Peach's shout out. Kairos, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. But Peaches, thank you for the raid. How's your stream been? We have literally just started. We are 20 minutes in. I think 7 of that was on my intro screen. So we've spent 13 minutes yapping and that has been it. So you're at the perfect time. I suppose perfect time if you enjoy yapping. Not the perfect time if you are here to watch me suck at coding. If you are in fact here to watch me try and fail to code, then I don't know, you might want to come back in half an hour to an hour. We love yapping? Oh, okay, perfect. Perfect. You're at the right time. But welcome in everybody else. Steampunk, you did it too soon. No, Steampunk didn't do anything. Steampunk didn't steal the shout out. It was you, Wolf__Demon32988. You stole the shout out. Steampunk Wolf_Arts does not get an auto shout out. I'm sure they are a wonderful person who probably deserves an auto shout out if they do stream, but they were not on the list of auto shout outs when on first chat for a stream. So they did not do it. This is all on you. All on you, Wolf__Demon32988. It does not matter that they did it too soon. They did not rob the... They were not the ones who took the shout out. It was you. This is all your fault. Oh, do we have an incoming message? Is it Optimus Prime or Goku, guys? It's Optimus Prime. Yes, we are. I do know what you're saying. Very forward there, Optimus. Would you mind perhaps, keeping this in DMs? You can't be saying this in front of everyone. You're going to give them the wrong idea. I'll message you later. Optimus. But hello, everyone from the raid. How are we doing? Hello, Steampunk Wolf Arts. Hello, Wolf. Hello, of course, Peaches. And anyone else who's come in as well. If you're new here, hi. My name is Wazzy Kamawada. You can call me Wazzy for short. I'm a variety streamer from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm also a sloth. I'm described as both cozy and chaotic, so I invite you to stick around and decide for yourself which of those you think I am. Today, I would normally say we are playing a game. I don't normally say what game we're playing, but today we're programming. This is my first ever dedicated programming stream. It's been something people have been asking for a while. People have said they enjoy watching me program and hearing my thoughts. So I was thinking, you know what? I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I will test the waters with a programming stream, and I'll also actually try and get some work done on one of the new Twitch bots that I've been wanting to do. It better not be fucking PoE 2. We're not playing PoE 2 today, Wolf. We're not playing any games today. We are coding. We are programming. We are being hacker men, hacker women, and hacker slots. Because you're all coming along for the ride. Get ready to deal with this nerd's boring yapping? Indeed. Just don't ask me about Linux or open source or we will not get to the programming at all. There will be absolutely no programming done today because I will exclusively be just talking about my special interests. I came in as well. Hello, Captain. Hello, Traxxas, my man. Welcome in. I did not see you on the raids. Did you? You did, in fact. Jesus Christ. You were there. You were with the raid message. I think I just saw you and I said, oh, it's Traxxas. He's always here. It's my boy Traxxas, my goat. And I just completely ignored the fact that you had the raid tag as well. But welcome in. Thank you for coming in on the raid. My homie, my guy. Open source. You're a fan of open source, Cairo? You are a fellow FOSS chat. Hello, I love the nature background. It's super pretty. Thank you very much. I absolutely fucking love this. Can I get it? How can I upload this? I have it on my computer. It's one of my favorite backgrounds. It used to be my desktop background until I kind of swapped themes. But whenever I use the Gruvbox theme, if anyone here knows Gruvbox, I love Gruvbox as one of the main themes for my desktop. And when I use Gruvbox, this is one of the backgrounds I like to use. I've probably swapped over to like a Nord-based theme. You'll actually all get to see it very shortly. But you know what? If we're talking about it, it's not like I have to hide. I know, I can just show you all, can't I? I can go boop, boop. Is that gonna work? Why is that not working? That is interesting. Huh. Okay, screen sharing is being a bit silly, so I'll see if I can fix that while we yap. It's a good thing. This is why we are yapping. We yap because it actually covers up the fact that I am desperately trying to fix all of the scuff after going live. Linux is dope. Linux is very dope. But no, I can show you all what my desktop and stuff looks like. We had a little bit of a tour. I think, was it yesterday or the day before? We were doing a little bit of a tour because people were asking me questions, but it's very cool. Also forgot to say hi after I commissioned Optimus. I'm so sorry, Carter. Hello, Carter. Welcome in. How are you doing? Have fun programming, trying to break too many things? We will try. I think the good thing is we are creating something from scratch, so it is very hard to break it if it was never working to begin with. My desktop background is a Doomslayer with a shotgun. Well, you know what? That goes hard, so you should be proud of yourself. Embrace the scuff. I mean, we kind of do at this point. Like, my nickname is basically just Scuffsy. Something is scuffed every stream. We need a scuff counter. It's just exclamation mark scuff and it resets. Oh, Rose is live. Hang on. And let's go steal first. If I can click the button. Steal first. Exclamation mark lurk. There we go. I did it. I stole first. But yes, we're going to... What was I saying? Yeah, I'm always scuffed. There's always some kind of scuff here. The stream is much cleaner. Anyone who is a real veteran, one of the OGs, you know, the original Gs, would be aware that I used to have problems where my screen capture would just freeze randomly, repeatedly, multiple times a stream. It was very, very bad. My mic was also much worse. I had problems with audio balancing. I had just lots and lots of different things. We've slowly cleaned up the stream over the course of a year. It took us a year, but we got there. Send you a DM of what image it is. I'll have a check soon. Oh, yep. We got Toothless. Thank you very much for that Toothless dance party there. Send you a DM. It's a lot better. It is a lot better. I remember that. Yes. Yes, it was a very long while ago that it used to be that bad. I'd managed to figure out why that was and fix it. One of the many things we've fixed over the year, but it's been good. Time for me to traverse upstairs in the dark. Wish me luck. I'll be hoping for the best, Peaches. Thank you again for your raid. I don't know if that means you're lurking. If it means you're lurking or heading off, then thank you so much for the raid. I hope your travel is, what is the word? I hope your travel is fortuitous. I hope it is full of, or absent of, danger and death. And I'll see you again soon. Took a look at the token redeems, and I love one of them is just Wolf Go Live. Yes, that is a funny little redeem that only triggers after Wolf has chatted for the first time on stream. So that redeem does not pop up unless Wolf chats. It's one of the funny little things I've done. Because like, I've seen other people, they have a Wolf Go Live redeem, and I'm like, I want to steal that. But then I thought, well, everyone just redeems it before Wolf is in chat, so Wolf doesn't even get to see it. That's no fun. So I'm like, what if I made it so it only shows up after Wolf has chatted, thereby making sure that it cannot be used while Wolf is not here? Or at the very least, like using it before, it can't be used before Wolf arrives. Well, see, how does your 10k Animal Crossing redeem work? Do I put their name in? Yes, you just put in the name of the character as they are listed on the website that is in the link. And then from then on, the character you see on screen will be changed to whatever that character is. It is permanent. I appreciate you. Do gotta do some works, unfortunately, but I hope to be back sometime. No stress. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the raid and just you having you here for any amount of time at all. Go up to yourself and do any post-stream care you need. It's incredible, 15 out of 10, glorious work. Thank you. I am sharing this. If you use StreamerBot, or hell, if you just want to download StreamerBot, I will send you the source code. You can plug it in yourself. You too can have the Wolf Go Live redeem on your stream. This is a unconditional open offer to any single person who streams. You can just have it for free. It's great. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. All right, what were we doing? I was trying to fix some scuff. I was trying to, what was it? XDG. What? Nat's live again. Nat's live too. Everyone's going live today. What is this? Yeah, get first. Oh, I'm out here grabbing first in everyone's streams. I'm taking names. All right. I was trying to fix my screen share scuff so we can actually fix this up. Well, Steampunk Wolf, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm glad you've decided to stick around when literally we're just yapping to cover up the fact that I'm scuffed. It's fantastic. I want to restart my desktop portal because that is what is broken apparently. I am 95% sure this will work. Whenever the desktop sharing stops working, I just do this and everything is fine again. What's really annoying is that it has not broken in ages, and it is only when I actually decide that I want to stream and share my entire screen that it says, yeah, today I'm breaking. Like, if this broke on any other stream, it would not be as impactful. It'd be annoying, but that would be it. But here we go. Ha ha ha. I fixed it because I'm goated. It was as simple as restarting the XDG desktop portal, which just crashes sometimes. Blackjack, why are you going to code? Blackjack revamp? This is going to be trying to port over Blackjack to Firebot. For those of you who are unaware of the storied history of our channel, I currently use this over here. It's called StreamerBot. It is one of the most popular bots for Twitch. And it basically can just do whatever you want. You can take a bunch of common Twitch events, something like if someone chats, if someone raids you, if someone follows, subscribes, literally anything you can imagine. Commands like, you know, exclamation mark, whatever. You can plug in anything you want to do basically whatever you want. So many things on this channel are driven by StreamerBot. I have everything from the blackjack game that'll appear occasionally, the gacha game, so you can actually collect units in a funny little gacha game. Oh, there's blackjack. Look at that. I mentioned the name and it appears. So that blackjack bot there, that is fully functional blackjack. I say fully functional. It's missing like 2 features, which is like splitting hands and I think insurance or doubling down. So it's missing like 3 features, but that's it. It's like 95% functional blackjack. So you can just join in. You can bet. You can hit, and then you can actually just win money. By money, I mean sloth coins, the entirely virtual currency that is used basically just to be on a leaderboard. You can use it to either be on the points leaderboard, which you can see with exclamation mark leaderboard, or you can use it to gamble in the gacha game. The gacha game lets you collect people from my chat, people who are friends, part of the community, and you can eventually build up so that you have, I guess, like the largest collection, and that is its own leaderboard with exclamation mark gacha leaderboard. But basically, StreamerBot is driving all of this. You can see here I have a lot of commands. I have so much. Things related to blackjack. I have things like when I get raided, it does an auto shout out, like what Wolf stole. I have an auto shout out command when a friend chats for the first time during stream, which is what happened with Wolf. We have things like showing points, setting points, adding points, lots of stuff related to points management. Things related to gacha. I have things that control many of my redeems. So if you go into my redeems, you can actually see that I have a lot of 100 points redeems. So things like Supreme Leader Wazzy, Flirt, Wazzy Toes 3, Touch Grass. All those things interact with my avatar and put new little decorations on them. Decorations or outfits. So this is all just driven by StreamerBot, but StreamerBot is not perfect. StreamerBot has its problems. The problems with StreamerBot are, well, number one, it's Windows native, and I am on Linux, which is, I guess, something I talk about a lot on this channel. I am a Linux daily driver. I do game on Linux. Some call me mad, some call me stupid. Those are both true. But I like Linux, and yeah, this is my setup. You can see I've got nice looking little desktop, if I do say so myself. I've got some cool rising going. Got this cool little free rend wallpaper. You can see that my theming is all sort of like this bluish theme. It's based on the Nord color palette, which is very cool. Well, yeah, I've got like a little terminal runner, so I can look for applications and just run them from here. I've got my I've got like terminals. I've got lots of cool things. But because we're on Linux, it means that StreamerBot does not run natively. We can make it work as we do, but we can make it do this. We can use it, sorry. But the problem is that because it's not native, because we're using... Okay, it's hard to explain how we're doing it. We're using some tricks to make it work on Linux, but it doesn't work perfectly. Some of the examples of that are, if I swapped one of these tabs, you're gonna see like a black box pop up. Or it's a white box now for some reason. That's just this really annoying thing where I have to close them. It's expecting that, like, this doesn't happen on Windows, but it's because there's like nested elements within the screen. So it's like expecting those to be there, and I don't know why it happens. That's one of the many annoying things. There's some features that don't work, like chat doesn't work. There's lots of little bugs, like if I click over here, if you can see here, I'm clicking on sources. It is selecting NAT because there's some kind of weird offset. It is, yeah, there's just so many problems. There's lots and lots and lots and lots of little problems with StreamerBot over the year that I've used it that have made me just come to really dislike it. And as a result, I've eventually, I've started looking into other bots. And one of the ones I like the most is Firebot over here. Firebot is cool for a number of reasons. Actually, let me catch up on chat and we can continue our little yap. Continue talking about why I like Firebot. Took me till I put my phone screen to realize that chat pops up as Animal Crossing characters. It makes my gamer heart happy. Yes, it's a very, very cool little chat widget thing that I bought from, what is it, Slime 2. You can look it up, Slime 2 Animal Crossing. I think it's even in my description, in fact. There's a link to it. You can buy it yourself if you would like. I unfortunately did not code it, but it's incredibly cool that someone did. I'm tempted one day to take the code and edit it myself, and we can maybe do it with something that's not Animal Crossing. That could be very fun. Get basically any game I want. Maybe I could do an Elden Ring one. I could change the color schemes and I can make it so it's loading from a list of Elden Ring images. I think that could be cool. Or hell, maybe Persona. I've seen some people do Persona style ones, so we'll figure it out. I like the Animal Crossing for now, but it could be a fun project in the future to maybe even just make it more themed to the chat, because it's very cool, but also kind of a little bit worried it's not a perfect fit, if you catch my drift. It's not sloth themed, basically. Everything must be sloth themed. Although Animal Crossing, it's animals, it's sort of foresty, so it's close enough for now. Shit, I won. Nice, Justin. Wine shenanigans with that weird box and offset. Yeah, wine shenanigans everywhere, man. There are, those are some of the main ones. One of the other ones is, if I go to, where's something I can go to that uses C# code? If I go controls, if I go to something like blackjack controls. So, I mean, I'm clicking and it's not working. So I have to like move it and then click to even be able to select it. There's problems that frequently come up around copy and pasting. So if I go like test, have a question above for you. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. If I copy a bunch of stuff and I try to paste it in, it just doesn't work. And it is really weird. Sometimes you just cannot copy and paste it. And this wouldn't be as much of a problem, but StreamerBot, when it refers to code, it does not pull it from a directory. There's not like a folder that is full of code that it will just like read. You have to basically write it in your own IDE. You have to either write it in here, which is shit. This is not a fully featured IDE. It doesn't have syntax highlighting. It doesn't have error highlighting. It is a pain in the ass. You want to use this. That means you want to use something like VS Code, which is in fact what I do. If I go like file, open recent, if I go custom commands, this is where I do most of, or basically all of my coding. I do it in VS Code. And you can see I've got all these different commands, some of them from my channel, some of the ones I've written for other people. But I do it in VS Code because VS Code is, whether it's an IDE or not is, I guess, a question for debate. It's a better developer environment to avoid any kind of debate around the definition of IDE. You want to basically write it in something like VS Code that does have syntax highlighting, that does have error highlighting, that does have linting, all of the cool features that make developing not a pain in the ass. But then if you do that, you've got to write it here, you've got to copy it over here, you've got to paste it in, you've got to compile it, you've got to see if it's cracked the shits because you haven't imported something that it is not doing by default. And eventually you get it right, you hit OK, you test, you find something's wrong, and you rinse and repeat. You go back to VS Code, write it there, copy it in. It sucks. It's an annoying loop. I do not enjoy it. You sure you want to close without saving? Yes. I'm clicking yes and it's not working. Just further emphasizing my point. Streamerbot's a pain in the ass on Linux. Yeah, that's one of the other things. What else is there? There's some really annoying discrepancies between what can be done as a visual action and what can be done in VS Code, in C# code. I think a good example of this is my flip command. If I go flip over here, if I want to flip my avatar, I have to rotate my avatar by 1 degree 360 times. And as if that were not bad enough, I cannot do a while loop within the visual scripting thing here, and I cannot in C# call the OBS rotate source function. So I can't do all of it in C# either. So what I've ended up having to do is have a C# code that calls a streamerbot action 360 times, which is just awful. I dislike it. It looks, I personally, I don't like it. It's messy, right? But yeah, there's just all these little things that have built up over the time I've used streamerbot that have made it very annoying to use. But then in contrast, Firebot does a lot of the things that I kind of just wish streamerbot does. Okay, hang on. I'm missing some chat. Missing chats. Sin had a question. Did that get swept up in Gamba? Or is it after Gamba? How do you make the desktop slide to the right and left? Is that a Linux thing? Yes. I mean, I'm on Linux. So this is all Hyperland. Everything you see right now, it might be doable in Windows. I don't know. Windows customization is strange. You can't like make, how do you say it? What you can do in Windows heavily depends on what the hell Microsoft decides you're allowed to do. And that's one of the things I dislike about, well, it's the best and the worst thing about Microsoft and Windows. Windows does one thing and it doesn't let you customize it too much, doesn't let you change too much. It is very stable and it is designed for the lowest common denominator, which is your grandpa who barely knows how a computer works, where moving the mouse is the second hardest thing he'll do in his day outside of get out of bed. And yeah, it's designed to be easy to use for any single person. It's designed to be simple, intuitive, straightforward, and to that extent, it works. But the better you get at computers, at least in my opinion, the more you're going to hate Windows. There's so much you find that it's limited in by design, and especially there's even more that Windows will just like shove down your throat in terms of bloatware or adware or privacy invasions. Windows is like, Microsoft's slowly killing itself. I don't like it, and I swapped over. But one of the cool things about Linux is, yeah, you can just do this. You can like have things slide in, you can have it slide out. I'm using Hyperland, which is a tiling window manager. So you'll see as I'm like opening up new windows, they take up like fractions of the screen. They tile basically. They take up, yeah, the different sections of the screen. That's something I personally really enjoy. Like when I use a Mac for work, for example, I install plugins that mimic this functionality, but this is just it natively, which is extremely good. It's very, very good for programming especially. And then I guess it's like, if I don't want it tiling, I can just make it float like a normal window, like Mac or like it is on Windows. And then boom, I can make it go back. I can have, one that's over here. I can have one that's floating. I can resize it if I want. Hell, I can have two side by side. I can resize those. We spent all day talking about Hyperland, why it's cool. I've got a custom status bar up here. Shows you what I'm listening to. If anyone's got questions, if everyone's like, Dad, what's this song? This is fire. Here you go. Although it's all from the same playlist. So I can just link the playlist if people want. You can see up here, I've got things like my status bar, all the applications that are currently open, showing me my internet. This is all customized. Like everything on Linux is customizable, basically, and that's why it's cool. So whether or not you can do this on Windows is not something I know. Very unwieldy once scaled. Yeah, that's part of the big problem of StreamerBot. It's just that it's, I don't know. It feels annoying to use. I'm finding more and more friction with using StreamerBot, and it's driving me insane. It's like when I want to do something, I just think it's either going to be super duper easy, because it'll literally just be write some C# code, plug it in, it works, I'm happy. Or it will be an absolute pain in the ass because it will either be not directly supported, or it will be like split up between a bunch of different actions, and I'll have to use weird hacks to make it work. And it's the latter that is driving me insane, because StreamerBot, what drove me to it in the first place was how powerful and free it was. I can just do whatever I want in StreamerBot for the most part. But then as I'm finding more and more things that I cannot do in StreamerBot, which are not necessarily by design, but just by oversight, it's a pain. And I guess it's minimalistic in the sense that it doesn't give you a lot of unnecessary features that you might not need. But then it also has an insane amount of integrations. I guess like this is fine, but who the fuck's heard of half of these integrations? What the fuck is hype rate? What is pulseoid? What is donor drive? What is, I think I know voice mod. What is Tippy stream? What is treat stream? It has support for some platform called Trove. Who here has heard of Trove? Type 1 in chat if you have ever heard of the streaming platform called Trove. Because I have not. I've never heard of Trove, and it is like a first-class citizen here. One? Okay. So Joey has. Joey's just got to like ruin the point that I'm trying to prove here. Alternative like Kick. I mean, I've heard of Kick, but I've never heard of Trove until I downloaded this. Until I downloaded StreamerBot and saw it was listed as a support thing here. There's a bunch of like Trove functions it does. Unfortunately, I got to head to bed, my friend. Hope you have a fantastic rest of stream. Thank you, Sin. I hope you have a fantastic sleep. I'll catch you again soon. Oh, not because of fighting games? Okay. It is not completely unknown then, but I had not heard of it until this. I don't know anywhere else that supports Trove, but StreamerBot does, so there you go. But, you know, it's got a lot of support, which is nice. And I'd say the main thing going for StreamerBot is its documentation. If you want to, for example, go to... Let's bring up a... That's not my streamer profile. Give me a second here. I'm going to bring up a streamer profile of Zen. I think this is better? Yes, this is my stream profile. So what was I going to say? Streamer.bot documentation. Like the really good thing going for StreamerBot is just its documentation. Its documentation kicks ass. It has really good documentation on basically everything. I have a couple of minor quips or gripes with the documentation, but overall it's like pretty good. Like you could just say, all right, I want to go to Twitch. Okay, never mind. It's fine. That was weird. Like you can go to Twitch. You can say, all right, I want to learn about some of the sub actions. Okay, can you? It's not normally this bad, but shit, this is starting to convince me even further. Yeah, you can like go here. You can look for different sub actions. You can search by sub action, and you'll basically get documentation on that sub action, all the arguments it takes, the arguments it supplies to your code, and it's pretty cool. So it's overall very, very cool. And like I like StreamerBot, but it's less and less fitting my needs, particularly as like a Linux user, which is why I started looking elsewhere. I was actually really tempted to just like look for some kind of library or API or something and start writing my own bot. Because I thought, what if I just say fuck it and write my own bot from scratch? That could be kind of cool. That could be kind of fun. But then I came across Firebot. And Firebot is a lot of the things I was looking for. It is free and open source. You know, there's the FOSS, there's the word. I've said the line. Look, I am streaming. No stress, Traxxas. What's one of the biggest things you hate about StreamerBot? Or rather, what is it missing outside of Linux support? Well, it was like, I listed a few of the things there. It's no one major thing. It is just a collection of small things that have built up to be more and more and more of a nuisance. It is things like not having support for external IDEs. It is things like the lack of native Linux support. This is more of a minor gripe, but it's not open source. And that means like if I have a feature I want, I can't just add it. I can't assist development. I can't audit the code if I wanted to. Although I will fully admit that like I probably would not want to audit the code. But it's more like I like things being open source mostly because like I can change things if I want. I can add features, and you know, you can debug things, you can fix bugs. And if the project ever went down, then you'd know you just have the code. You can copy it, you could fork it, and just go from there. There's a level of security and trust that comes from being open source, and StreamerBot is none of those. Is not that. But then, yeah, that goes over to Firebot. That brings us over to Firebot, and Firebot does a lot of things that are actually really, really nice. For starters, the UI is better. This is never a major thing with StreamerBot. Like, I use Linux. If you use Linux, you generally don't care about platforms that are, or you don't care about products that are not the prettiest. Linux and open source in general has like a long-standing problem with a lot of stuff just looking like shit. I think we can probably swap over to tech at this point, actually. I can swap the category to, is it tech and programming? It's like software and game development, I think. Yes, it is software and game development. I would have asked one of my mods to do this, but I wasn't even sure what the category was called. I gotta go because I'm about to pass out. Sorry, Wazzy, no stress, grass. Have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. It's a game soft. What is soft? Oh, that's funny. It actually it picked up as soft being software and game development. Like if you type set game soft, I guess Twitch resolves soft to be software and game development because there's either no game called software, either no game called soft, or it just prioritizes this over whatever the hell soft is. That's interesting. There we go. What was I gonna say? What game is soft? Exactly. But yeah, so one of the cool things about Firebot is the UI is just better. Like this is objectively nicer to look at, nicer to use, and better than this ugly mess. As a problem I have mostly when I'm trying to introduce other people to StreamerBot as well. I'll say, yeah, StreamerBot's really cool. It's really powerful. You can write your own code. It can do basically anything you want. And the ability especially to write your own code is why I recommend it to people over Mixitup. Mixitup does not allow you to write your own code as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong on that, but every time I've looked at it, I don't see that. And, I'm just more familiar with StreamerBot. So I've said if you do StreamerBot, I can help you with stuff, whereas I don't know Mixitup. But yeah, this is much easier. It looks much nicer, and that means that getting people over to it is better. And honestly, just using it is better as well. Like, organizing things is really nice. If I, for example, just want to rearrange the order that I have commands in, I just drag. I click and drag. If I wanted to do that over here, I literally cannot. There is no way to organize on StreamerBot. Things are just stuck like that. If you wanted to organize things better, on Windows, you can do set group and you can give them different groups, and that allows them to be sorted a bit better. That does not work on Linux, which is annoying, but Firebot takes that a step further, and you can set groups over here. The group setting is just much nicer over here. Explosion, hello Jabrain, how are you doing? It's been fun to mess around, but I agree with its built-in code editor is making my eyes bleed. Yeah, there's also just no dark mode, which does suck. That's a minor thing. Yes, dark mode, exactly. Look, you can split hairs on whether you like dark mode or not. I say most people like dark mode. Some people do like light mode. I think there is a light mode setting for this. Yeah, I can go light. I can burn your eyes if I wanted to. But there are different color schemes here, which is nice. I think you can actually add your own as well. Do not quote me on that, but you might be able to add your own. I think I read that somewhere. So that's cool. It's got a built-in dashboard that actually works. So I was trialing using this instead of the built-in Twitch dashboard for a while. I do still prefer the built-in Twitch dashboard, but this is really cool. It does some very nice things. Like you've got access to edit stream info. You can open a stream preview. You can access your rewards requests. You can give currency. And also you can add custom actions, which is really cool. Like I've only just started playing around, so I'm sure there's some really cool uses for this. Like you can just do anything you want from here, which is probably like the most powerful thing. I like that feature a lot. I've been finding it's just a bit easier to use the built-in, like the dashboard.twitch.tv in my browser for a few reasons. Like I can't copy emotes over here, which is a little annoying. I can't copy, what else is there? I can't copy emotes. Directing raids is a bit harder. Following things is a little bit harder, although that might just be me being used to the previous layout. But anyway, this is like cool, and I'm sure a lot of people would have a lot of use for this. It's very nice. But yeah, like the layout here is easier to use. That's the main thing. That's one of the main things. The second thing that I really like is the fact that it is open source. So again, you can just access this code right now. If I go over to my browser, if I go to Firebot GitHub, I can just go right here, code, open source, boom. I can just download this if I want, and in fact, I have downloaded this. So I go git /firebot. Where did I put it? I downloaded it somewhere. Firebot is somewhere on my computer. I don't know. I don't remember where I cloned it to. Where did I get clone? Okay, I don't know where I put it, but Firebot is here somewhere. I promise. We can download Firebot. Basically, that's the cool thing. You can just grab this code. You can do whatever you want with it. You can push changes if you want. So if you have a change, or if you've seen someone else's change request, if you go through the issues and you say, oh, hey, I could fix this, you could just fix it. You could raise a PR and it could get merged in. Otherwise, if you have like changes that you really want to make that you don't think anyone else would want, you could just customize Firebot to be whatever you want. You can make changes. You can run your own version of Firebot without needing that. So that's really sick. It has a few features that I really like as well. It's got timers, but StreamerBot has timers. One of the really cool things is having counters and currency. Currency is a really, really big thing for me. Oh, Mr. One Pablo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Downloaded, fork it for good measure. Yes. Download, fork. Ah, that is a sunflower emote. A sunflower, a fellow sunflower fan, sunflower appreciator. How are you doing? I thought I recognized your name, and that is why. Please burn them eyes. Yes, burn the eyes with the light mode. Sloth meme coin. Yes, this is just a free, this button, you just press this, it creates a meme coin for you. That's on the blockchain. That's forever on the blockchain right now. But this is really cool because, oh yo, grass emotes as well. Man of exquisite taste indeed. It's really cool because this currency thing, this does everything that I had to manually program over in StreamerBot. And I don't hold that against StreamerBot. I can't fault it for just saying, you know, if you want a currency, do it yourself. But there was just so much work that I had to put into the currency. Like I had to program my own show points, set points, add points, and send points. I had to program my own leaderboard for my points. And it's like pain in the ass, basically. I didn't, you know, there's so much there. And if I wanted to create a new coin, for example, if I wanted to say, all right, well, there's sloth coins as well as, I don't know, sloth tokens or sloth chips, I would need to completely duplicate all of that or figure out some better way of duplicating, some better way of handling multiple currencies. Meanwhile, if I wanted to do that in Firebot, add currency. That is it. You can get really good fine-grained control over everything. And again, this is something you can do in StreamerBot, but you have to program it all manually. Whereas here, it's literally just built in. It's very nice. So, you know, you can name it, you can set the payout interval, the amount that it pays out, bonuses for different roles, payout if it's offline, whether you allow or disallow transfers. And that generates everything you need for the currency to be functional, which is just so easy. So I go over to not events. I don't know how to navigate this very well yet because I've not really used this. So excuse me as I figure out shit. I'm actually in the right place. I'm in events, yes. Wait, am I? No, commands is what I want. Maybe, potentially. I can't remember. This is all commands. There is somewhere in here is the... Is it here? Somewhere in here is the thing for coins, where it like lets you see exactly how many coins you have and stuff like that. If we go back to currency, is it here actually? I don't know, it's somewhere here. You can do, I think like exclamation mark coins space leaderboard or coins transfer. It just does everything. It's very cool. Can I join the CT team? Yeah, next time I log on to Bloons, I'll add you. I'm not gonna lie, I've sort of not given up on Bloons. I don't play Bloons much anymore because I don't have much time, and the time I do have has been going to Path of Exile 2. But I will happily get you onto the team. But it seems like it's built by people that reach the point you're at. It feels like it interprets a lot of my needs, and I like that a lot. It feels like it just knows what I want to do and does it. And to that extent, it actually is very cool if I go to something like flip. So this is me, this is the flip command, basically. I've done over here, this is what I do over here, done over here instead. So what I've done is channel redemption reward. When the flip redeem is, that's the name, sorry. When the reward is do a flip, we basically run what is in here, which is just transform OBS source. And if we click into this further, look at this. Start rotation, end rotation, duration. I am not telling this 360 times to rotate by 1 degree. I tell it how much to rotate and how long that rotation should take. 3 values and it is just done. Compared to, I think it's like, you don't need any of that shit. Like, I had to rotate it by 1 degree 360 times. I had to make sure it was set to 0 degrees afterwards because otherwise it would get stuck. That's some weird glitch with StreamerBot. And I had to have 2 separate commands for the overlay and the non-overlay screen. Whereas now it does it, I think this does it across both. And if it doesn't, then I can get it to do it on both in the same command. So rather than it having to be like 3 separate commands for the sake of just doing a flip, exactly like that, it is now just a single command and it is clean. I mean, if we lock in, we can get top 25 easy. Oh yeah, we have some actually sick players on our team, including, is he still here? We've got Bloons ranked, Mr. I am Bronze 1 FR. He was here earlier, but yeah, we've got some very good players on the team. Got a sub to fellow Grass members? Hell yes, welcome in. Grass is my homie, my mod. Lore, what is your favorite type of cheese? I'm not gonna lie, I am not much of a cheese aficionado. I'm sure there are people out there who would hear my taste in cheese and just cry. I can definitely say that I don't enjoy plastic cheese. The weird slices you can get that are, I think, just half plastic, and they're basically just like macroplastics. Everyone's actually worried about microplastics, but they're eating the macroplastic cheese. I hate that stuff. I do enjoy, what is it? Like Old English cheese? Just any kind of just like very, very savory cheese. Like the stuff they put on your sandwich at Subway. You can request like Old English. That stuff's good. As an American, I'm offended. Is it because I called it Old English instead of American? I don't even know. There's so many different kinds. There's like American, there's Old English, there's Swiss, there's Tasty. I feel like these all refer to the same thing. I don't care about cheese. I just see if you're a stinky Frenchman. Hon. You got me. Man, the French are... I was going to say the French are interesting. That sounds bad. I got a funny story about the French. And it's not the one where... Nat was dissing them on her stream. We quoted every single thing she said. I mean, not liking cheese plastic. Oh, plastic cheese. Okay, I see. Back when I used to play Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate on my Nintendo 3DS, I used to play online a lot. Because, you know, that's Monster Hunter. You want to play with other people, that's pretty cool. But Monster Hunter 4, it had a big problem. And that problem was that it introduced a new weapon called the Insect Glaive. The Insect Glaive was very, very cool. It was actually my weapon in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. And it was cool because you could use a special skill on it to jump up in the air and attack a monster while in the air. And this was a very easy way to get a mount on the monster. And a mount is basically like a little event. And if you complete it successfully, then you topple the monster and everyone gets a lot of opportunity to do free damage. But if you mess it up, the monster shakes you off and the next mount is harder. So if you mess up a mount, it ruins the hunt. It doesn't ruin the hunt. It makes the hunt harder for everyone. So if you're mounting, you've got to make sure you don't fuck it up. The French really liked the Insect Glaive, as in it was like every second French person, or maybe even more, that would load into your lobby would be using an Insect Glaive. And this would be fine if the French were good at the Insect Glaive. The French were very, very bad at Monster Hunter and the Insect Glaive. So it was basically a meme in the community that you would join a hunt. The French people would start immediately spamming the jump skill to hit the monster while in the air. They would naturally get them out very quickly because that's what the Insect Glaive does. The auto shout out would play, so it would tell the entire team that you've mounted the monster, which in French was Je suis monté. And then, of course, a few seconds later, they would fuck up the mount and get thrown off, which would result in the auto shout out of pardon. And just as a result, French people became basically loathed across the entire Monster Hunter community. You would load into your whole lobby, you would open it up, you would see a person join, and if they had a French shoutout, they had the default French shoutout, or any shoutout in French for that matter, insta-kick. You would just kick them. It was actually common. Some people would only kick them if they had a Insect Glaive equipped, but a lot of people would just insta-boot anyone who was French at all because they developed such a notorious reputation for being really, really bad at the game. When you got more people loading in and they are actively wasting your mounts on a monster because they are terrible at the game, people just had no chill. They had no patience. They would immediately just boot anyone with a French name or a French shoutout, and it was just wild how it was this weird epidemic where the French would only pick Insect Glaive and they would always be really fucking bad at it. Also, we do have ads starting in just under a minute, everyone. They'll run for 3 minutes. You get the full hour of gameplay afterwards. If you don't have a sub or or Twitch Turbo, then they'll run. But if you don't, then consider getting it. It does support the channel a lot, and you avoid ads in the near future. Anyway, take a moment to have a stretch, grab something to eat, and grab something to drink, and hopefully you stick around and enjoy the yapping and eventual programming. We are going to get to the programming. Anyway, I'll see you all after the break. Do they surrender? I wish. They didn't surrender, we just kicked them. We did not allow them to join at all. We said no to any French. The French were banned. But yes, we're going to... What are we doing here? We actually need to start programming. We need to start looking into this. But yeah, Firebot's cool. We like Firebot, and I am looking forward to using it more. But I don't know too much about it yet. I don't really know how to write streamerbot code and stuff like that. So we're going to see if we can figure it out. I've been looking into it a little bit, and I've found a few things out. We've had a few interesting little discoveries. We're going to swap over here. This is where we've got all the cool stuff happening. Look at this. Look at our funny little code. I don't know why I closed that. Okay, actually, I've got this on my C# code. So we're going to open you back up to what we were on, which was, I think, the Firebot gambling script. Yes. So this is a like default script that they provide. They say, yeah, you can use this as a base for developing your own script. They recommend developing with this, and I'm like, okay, cool. So I start with this, and you know, it provides you with a very basic script. Now the problem is that they don't document really much at all, and I'm pretty sure even on their website, if I go to like Firebot's website, Firebot does not have good documentation, which is like the biggest problem that I'm finding. If I want to know how something works, it doesn't. It's not documented, so that's definitely an area for improvement. There are tutorials and stuff. I have not watched any video tutorials. And I haven't asked questions in the Discord, so I could definitely get help, but I'm the kind of person that does not like to ask for help. I'd rather just read documentation and figure it out from there. So it's, you know, a little annoying that the documentation is so much of a work in progress, but I believe they have a tiny bit on writing your own script that is somewhere on the GitHub. I think it's on their wiki, in fact. So like you go here, it's already kind of like tucked away. It's kind of hard to find. But if you go over to overlay, where is it? There's something down here. Oh yeah, custom scripts. It tells you a little bit about it. So like tells you they've got the starter template. That's where I found out it exists. And you can read over this. It tells you a little bit about it, but it is kind of sparse. I've read over it a couple times and I did not take away anything from it. I didn't really figure out exactly how I'm meant to write any of this, which is unfortunate. It's not quite as robust as I would prefer. But perhaps I did not read it well enough. I know, I'm actually already forgetting like half of what this was. The main thing is I'm not really sure how to access like internal variables and stuff for StreamerBot. I'm not sure how to access any of its other functionality. Like if I wanted to set a global variable, for example, I'm not really sure how to do that. I'm not sure if that is defined here at all. But yeah, if it's not, then we do have a sort of secondary. We have a backup here, which is this script. And this script was written by, I believe, actually one of the main developers for Firebot. So it's written by someone who really knows what they're doing, which is a good sign. And what that means is that we can actually copy it. We can, or not really copy it, because it's doing something different to what we want. This is some kind of different gambling. I think it's like a D10 based gambling system, or you basically just roll, or it's a jackpot, or I don't know. It does some kind of gambling. Wait, blackjack just closed like instantly. Unless I'm blind? Am I blind? That looked like it... That was weird. I swear, like, maybe I was just like not paying attention, but it looked like blackjack opened and then closed like in 10 seconds. Maybe I just didn't notice the pop-up until now. Anyway, so one of the cool things is we can just look at this. We can reference what's been done over here and figure out exactly how they have done all the stuff that they have done. So the main thing we're going to want to figure out is, I guess, like one, how the architecture of their code is, so we understand what everything's doing. And then two, we want to know exactly what it is that they are doing, how it is they are doing things like setting global variables and stuff like that, if they even are at all. Because it could be that this is very different to, it could be just like the architecture of Firebot is very different to what we're used to. And I do know that to an extent it is. It doesn't have things, it doesn't have like traditional like user and global variables at the very least. Like I don't know if it has global variables that persist across like Firebot restarts. I know it has this this thing where you can, I think you can go to like a viewer, and if I search, I don't know, still Justin, for example, if we go to perhaps still Justin, that's another thing. It tracks your like view time and chat messages and stuff like that. It's very cool that it does all of this automatically. That's more stuff that I had to program in StreamerBot that's just here on Firebot instead. But I can do things like add metadata, for example. So I could say, I don't know, this could be like your hand. This might be something like blackjack. I can't type. This could be something like blackjack hand, and then the data would be, I don't know, like 10A. There you go, look at that. Wow, Justin's got a blackjack. Incredible stuff. Cheek that cool profile picture. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't know what the hell it is, but nice job. But yeah, you can set like metadata on a user, which I feel like is roughly the equivalent of what we're trying to do with with like user variables. They look like they'll serve roughly the same purpose. But the other thing is what was I going to say? Global variables are not like quite present. Like they sort of are and they sort of aren't. You can set like a variable that is available to all set a variable that's available to all commands, but it's not saved in the same way that global variables are in StreamerBot. It's more like it's more like a variable rather than like something you reference. I don't know how to explain it. It's a little different. What's metadata? Well, meta means something that is self-referential, and then data is data. So it's data about data. So metadata is, I guess, probably the wrong word. I don't think they should have used metadata here, if my understanding of the word metadata is correct. But like metadata would be data about data. So for example, if you had a set of data that was maybe like talking about all the users who visit your chat, that metadata would be something like the number of, or the length of that list, the number of users who are VIP, the number of users who start with A. That is all data about the data. So yeah, that's what metadata is. But basically we've got user metadata, which will basically be serving as, I think, our like, what's the word? That'll be serving as our user data, like our user variables, the equivalent of user variables over in StreamerBot. So we can go over here, we can go like persisted user globals and go like Twitch. We go like still Justin. So it's like, got everything here. There's a little look behind the scenes as well. Look at that. There's your gacha collection. That is the old gacha collection when I had it spelt with a T, before I formatted it so that it was actually saved as a JSON, which is kind of cool. Has much more information now. Like this is how I keep track of, okay, it's not going to work. This is how I keep track of how many units you have, for example. So you can see like, you know, in dictionary, count, blah, blah, blah. What does that say in dictionary false? For Gazzy. Is Gazzy no longer in the dictionary? That's weird. Like contacts list? Is that in reference to like metadata or gacha collection, Justin? Which one is that referencing? But yeah, that is the equivalent of user globals that's what we're going to use as the equivalent of user globals. I'm not quite sure if that is the intended use, but it is what we're going to use it for, basically. Metadata. Well, no, because like metadata is data about data, and the data could be anything. And the metadata is information about it. For example, your contacts list, metadata could be when was the contacts list last updated? It could be how many contacts do you have on that list? It could be where is the data saved? I think that would count as metadata. Those are all examples of like metadata. But yeah, you can import scripts as well, which is really cool. So if I write code, then I can share that with people. You just go over here, you enable it, and you can import shit. But what we need to figure out, you have databases as well. I think you can just create your own database, which is not something I could do over in StreamerBot. That was another thing I really disliked about StreamerBot, was that if I wanted to use like their built-in database, I literally just could not, because the DLL that was being used for accessing the database just simply did not. It did not work with write commands or something like that. It had. What was it? There was just some permissions issues where you basically could not open up your own database. You had to do everything through StreamerBot, which was very annoying. I'm actually rusty at TS. What is TS, Justin? But yeah, that is sort of what we're doing here. The other thing I wanted to check out was basically how global variables do work. Because if we understand how global variables work, then we will have a pretty good starting point. This shit. Okay, I see. All the cool kids with their brand new slang. I did not know this. Yeah, we've got these variables. We've got these events, sorry, and we're trying to figure out exactly how we can write to a global variable. That's what the swag kids say. That is crazy. The swag kids, you say. Man, I knew this was a bad idea. I knew trying to do programming when my brain was fried was going to be horrible. I'm half tempted to swap to PoE 2, man. There we go. We pet the angel. We pet the angel's wings. How soft are the angel wings? This is a good question. Are they like really soft? Do they get shampooed frequently? Or are they kind of just left there? Do angels even know what shampoo is? This is an important question. Very? Okay. I guess we are toothless dance partying as well. I just realized I've been hiding my YouTube as well. Fortunately, no one is on YouTube. No one sees it. No one has said anything on YouTube, so we are all good. Pablo, getting your daily nap in, very cool. You see, that actually gets you 200 sloth coins. One of the many cool things that we are doing with StreamerBot, for example, getting coins whenever you check in, even just tracking check-ins. That is something that we do through StreamerBot. And it's something we can do through Firebot as well. And if we go back to currency, you can see that I've actually already started like a little bit. We've got, I've set firsts and naps as currency, and I've just configured them so that like they have no payouts and they do not allow transfers. So this is an easy way of me tracking like how many each user has. How about you come ruffle my feather and we'll see. All right, is that a challenge? Is that a bet? Do I not ruffle your feathers like every day? Certainly, some of the things I say must count as ruffling feathers. That's the other kind of cool thing Firebot has. They've got like these built-in little games, and I don't know how I feel about this. On one hand, it's kind of cool that these exist and that people can, I guess, use them as they want. On the other hand, I kind of feel like it's bloat. It doesn't feel like it needs to exist. Like, some of the other features are very cool, but I don't feel like games need to exist. I know they have a very strict policy against removing features, so they'll probably never remove it, even if it does feel like it just doesn't need to be here. I guess that's fair enough, but whatever. Flirting with Wazzy doesn't feel as fun as teasing Astral. And why is that, Reverie? Why is flirting with me not as fun? Preset effects list. Yeah, there's this preset effects list as well, which is kind of cool. You basically define actions that you want to be called from other events or commands. Whereas events have to be tied to like an actual event. So for example, like a raid or your viewer arriving, that kind of thing. If you go to something like preset effects lists, you can just define a bunch of actions that may be shared across multiple different events, for example, which is exactly what we're doing with Shoutout. So like when someone chats for the first time, if they're on the Shoutout list, or as it is stored in Firebot, if they have the auto Shoutout role, which no one does, none of you are special, then they get a Shoutout. But it's also the same command that gets used for whenever a person raids in, or whenever we just do the !SO command. So there's 3 different locations that we're actually calling it from. So it's very, very good that we are storing it in a single location rather than duplicating it. Just got up, so I'm going to lurk and get dressed and get foods. Thank you so much, Vani. Hope you're having a good day. And hello, Bly, as well. How are you doing? How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I've had a bit of a slow day, which is all right. Been getting a lot done at least. Got more cleaning, but I'm very tired. I shouldn't have. I'm realizing in hindsight, going for a programming stream when my brain is kind of fried is a bad idea. I think if I do programming streams in future, they're probably gonna have to be like, if I stream during the day for some reason, that'd be a good opportunity to actually stream and have my brain functioning. But at the moment, things are sort of all over the place. I'm doing good. Didn't have Wi-Fi for a couple of days, but is back now. Hell yes. I mean, not hell yes that you had no Wi-Fi, but good that it is back. I would not be good without Wi-Fi. I had an issue, it was like middle to late last year, where my Wi-Fi was just unusable for about a week. So I had to take a break from streaming, and that was very frustrating because it's just like I wanted to go live. I was actively enjoying streaming at the time, and then it's just like, lol, no. I didn't want a break at the time. It was bad. What are we doing? We want to look into global variables in StreamerBot. And I know, like, if I go for maybe not new event, if we go over to like preset effects lists, if I do something like this, if I do that, I think we can do like, if I go variables, you can do like custom variable, and I believe you can just like save this. It's like, yeah, 0, it is just indefinitely saved. And from my understanding, this literally just can be accessed everywhere. And I believe there's also, unexpected variables in real time. I believe there's also an option if we go over to options to persist these across startups as well. I'll see if I can find exactly where that is. But all of that basically does imply that you can permanently save this kind of stuff. The question is, where did it go? It is around here somewhere. Stream preview. There is the thing somewhere here. Was it in advanced? No advanced. Is it in scripts? There was something here. There is something here is what I promise. I do not remember where I put it. It's rather mess with my schedule as well, because all I wanted to do was stream and then couldn't. It always comes at the worst time. It's such a pain. Could you give dog a bath? No stress. Thank you for lurking. I'll catch you again later, Bly. But it is here somewhere, is what I keep trying to say. I promise. Like, trust me. It is like source. Trust me, bro. There's something around here where I'm pretty sure you can change if variables persist across restarts. But yeah, I don't know where it's gone. But basically, at the very least, we can store it so that it is, if not persisting across restarts, then it persists like here for now. It stays within Firebot for the period of time that Firebot's open. And if something is needed like across restarts, we can probably figure out a way of storing that as well. At that point, we'd probably want to use the database, I guess, because from my understanding, it is actually possible to just access the database with your scripts in the same way that Firebot does. That's going to be really, really good, especially for things like my gacha game. Because if we pull this back up, what have I done? Why is that blue sky? Why did blue sky open? Go away, blue sky. If I look over at something like persistent globals, if I go for gacha, the gacha unit dictionary is massive. It is stored as a really shitty like key value dictionary of like the user's ID on Twitch or their username, depending on various things, because it is a very, very scuffed code. And it's sort of like not ideal for searching purposes. Like if I wanted to find a list of all 3-star units, I just have to iterate over the entire thing, which is not good at all. So there's a lot of sort of just inconsistency. There's a lot of inefficiency there. And if I copy that over and move it into like a database instead, then I'm able to suddenly query it based on different columns, which is much easier. Because Astral is a very reactive little sinner. I am just simply too, what is the word? I'm too stoic. I'm too stoic. I am unperturbed by your attempts to intimidate and harass me. Yeah, so we try to figure out how we can store global variables. I think we could literally just call like the whole thing to like save global variable. But I don't know how to do that from within code. And I think that is ultimately where we want to get to today, is to, at the very least, get a start on coding all of this stuff. And that is why we have this whole Firebot gambling script that was written by Pablo, it was written by Pirak, who is, I believe, one of the developers. We can probably check that out as well. If we go back to Firebot, I think they list a bunch of developers here. Is Pirak here? Okay, he's not. So maybe he's just someone who writes code for StreamerBot. In any case, it's well written as far as I can tell. And it is definitely interacting with StreamerBot at a much deeper level. Not StreamerBot, interacting with Firebot on a much deeper level than I'm aware of. So we can definitely learn a lot of things from this, I'm hoping. And the main thing we want to do is figure out exactly how we can sort of hook into other events that Firebot is capable of firing. Things like adding a variable that can be used by other parts of the code. Because I'm not quite sure how it goes about persisting data. Like if I were to do something like save a variable inside a class, then I don't know if that would persist across different runs of that code. I don't know if it like loads it ad hoc or if it's persisted or what the go is. So if we can just figure out a way to store it as a global variable for at least the duration of the stream, then that would be good. Because at the moment we are storing things like the dealer's hand as well as the current state of the game, whether the blackjack is open, whether it's closed, or whether like bidding is ongoing. Because it can be in 3 states. You can either have no blackjack game is open at all, blackjack bids are open, or blackjack bids are closed. I hope that makes sense. I know, I'm kind of shit at explaining my code sometimes. I usually have time to rehearse, and I'm not doing it all live. Oh yeah, speaking of code, I did actually hear back from the company that I was applying for. They didn't get back to me yesterday, and I was feeling pretty down about that, because I figured, okay, well, they're probably just going with someone else. They got back to me today, and they actually have another task they want me to do, despite the fact I was told that the last interview was the last interview, and that they would be asking for references after that if they wanted it. But I guess this is better than not getting the job at all. This is better than being told that I failed, even if there's more work that I've got to do. So I've got another interview next Tuesday, as well as a little take-home technical test they want me to perform. They want me to like put together a little application using some of their technologies they use. So hopefully that all works out. Can get something good there, explain it well, and maybe get the job. I guess I'll know next Tuesday how I go, or next Wednesday or Thursday, I guess, given that I'll have to present it. They'll talk amongst themselves, decide who they want. But But it does make it just feel further and further away. And more effort's getting put into something that may or may not pan out. So I'll see how it goes. Over here. Okay, let's look over the code that we are referencing. So the main thing here is that there is, like, it's doing a bunch of stuff. It's setting up front-end listeners. This looks like it is basically just validating the input as it goes. So it's making sure that a user is not putting in code that is, or not putting in values that are invalid. So we could do that if we need, but given that I'm probably, I guess I do distribute this, but I don't know if I really need to provide the user with any option to input values. So we probably don't need to care about front-end listeners. Why am I learning a Stone Age language? You mean C? C is very popular. C is still used a lot. That's the thing. And C is also something that has inspired many, many other languages. Like this is, JavaScript. JavaScript is part of that C family of languages. It uses many of the same, syntax structures, for example. Like the way you write if-else statements or while statements, those are all basically the same as it is in C, as it is in Java. Not Go, actually. Go is a bit different. Like Java, JavaScript, C, C#, C++, Rust. There's a lot of languages that are heavily influenced by C, share very similar syntax for the most part, and you learn a lot by learning C, and there are literally jobs for it. My brother, I don't know if I talk much about having family, but I have a brother, he works in tech as well. He is a C programmer. So there's, literally work for it. And he's younger than me. That's the other thing. He's 4 years younger than me. He still has a job in C. So it is literally something that is being taught in 2024, 2025 now, and it's still something that has plenty of job opportunities. It is a very well-used language. Especially because a lot of code is legacy. A lot of code has already been written and you are maintaining and extending upon it. And when it comes to C, it is a very popular language. It has been used a lot, especially 10, 20 years ago. And there are a lot of jobs to maintain and extend upon that code from 10, 20 years ago. So while there are really interesting languages, particularly like Rust, I think Rust is usually a good example of a language that everyone loves, but there's just not much work in it. Because as new languages emerge, they are not really going to get adopted into old projects. The only projects that are going to use new languages are new projects. There are exceptions to this, and Rust in particular is probably not the best example because that is now being used partially in the Linux kernel, which is pretty cool. But languages like Rust tend to struggle to find their feet for a very long time. Even though they are easy to use, even though they are actually very popular, a lot of people really love Rust in particular, for example, they take a very long time to start getting used because as the language matures and eventually gets to a stage where it is usable in production code, it still requires companies to pick it up for brand new products because they're probably not integrating it into existing products. And then more and more people need to start picking it up to prove, and using the production code to prove that it is worthy of production code. It's almost 3 a.m. and I had no caffeine today, so I am shutting down. No stress, Wolf. Thanks for lurking. And I guess good job on not having caffeine. You're beating the urge. You're getting better. I'm proud of you. But yeah, that is one of the reasons why learning C is still good. And you can learn something like JavaScript, or in this case, TypeScript, which is JavaScript with types. Whether or not it's its own separate language is, I don't know. I don't know what people say. I list it as a separate language on my resume. I know JavaScript and TypeScript. People look for both. I'm sure some of the AI tools that are probably scanning resumes look for both of those keywords, so I chuck them both in. But yeah, if you learn JavaScript, then TypeScript is just like a tiny step as well. You're basically just adding little declarative types. It all compiles down to the exact same. It is just literally adding types so that you can write cleaner code. But yeah, TypeScript is one of the languages that is more popular though. JavaScript and TypeScript, they're probably like the most popular language. I don't know what the current state of programming is. I could look it up actually. I can see what the state of programming 2024 is, how many people are using what language, but it's probably, number one is probably like JavaScript, TypeScript. Depends on if they group them together or not. Compiles down. That wasn't even meant to be a pun. That was literally just, get it? No, I don't get it. No, I wasn't making a pun or a joke or anything. Like, what I was meaning to say is that TypeScript basically becomes JavaScript when you compile it. The types and stuff, they're not actually part of the end code. They get stripped away by whatever your, not really compiler, your bundler is. Or your minifier or your translator. I don't know what it's called. There are a lot of words that I probably should know. If you're using something like Webpack or something, it's stripping away all the types and turning it into plain old JavaScript. Wait, I forgot you don't use C. I know what a compiler is. but I do not know what the pun here is. Hello, Astral. Welcome in. Come get your angel. She's tormenting me, and she is upset that I'm not as easy to torment as you. Husband? Hello, husband. How are you? Oh, anyway, I feel like we've talked a lot and we've made absolutely zero progress. Back to the brig with you. I watch other people, they do programming streams and they are very good at yapping as well, and they still make progress. And obviously I've done something wrong because I cannot program and make progress. I can't program and yap. I go down one rabbit hole or the other. All right. We've got this validate ranges, but don't care about that. That is literally just being used to validate user input. So we can pretend that doesn't exist for the purpose of our learning exercise. There's games and comfy pillows in there now. In the bridge. I see. Programming streamer should yap. I guess that's a good point. People, I just want to hear my opinion and stuff. Or maybe they want to see cool code. If they want to see cool code, then I'm afraid that I'm in fact not writing good code. I'm writing kind of boring code. I'm not writing any code at all at the moment, in fact. That's part of the problem. Do need to be improving my... I need to be writing more words per minute, more lines of code per second. I need to eat dinner. You should probably do that. Let's see here. So where is it basically run? Run is what gets executed for the code itself. Gambling script dot setup front end listeners, effects manager, register effect, build gamble effect. Okay, so this is what it is registering. I believe. I think that's how it works. So it's giving us a definition. Okay, I see. It's giving us a, it's giving us an object. First key definition, options template. What is the options template? Where are you getting that from? That is not helpful. That is the type. I understand that you've got a type, but that is it. What's it? I'd love to program a future between you and I. I've spent so much time working with computers. You bet I know how to turn things on. God, I wish I had this kind of riz. How the fuck do you do that? How the fuck do you come up with things that are actually like that witty? I just sit here yapping about fucking funny words and colors on my screen, and you come out here with saying more in 2 lines than I have in 2 hours. It's crazy. If only I was that funny and witty. We need lessons. You can come over and find out. I teach best orally. This is what I mean. Do you see what I mean? How the fuck do I match this? Are we flirting with husband? You bet I am. Save me, Astral. No. Ah, help. Oh, what am I meant to do? Ah. All right. So this is returning an object. Where is this options template coming from? Is what is confusing me. Wait, is it defined somewhere? No, it's not even being imported. That's what I do not get. This is being defined elsewhere? Wait, where is it? Options? Was it options? Options template. Here it is. Okay, that's what we were looking for. Why did you take me to some random type definition? Stupid fucking VS Code. Okay, so this is literally just like a bunch of HTML. I get it. This is a template, so when the user imports it, we should probably just import this code, shouldn't we? We should import this code so we can actually see how it functions. That might be better than literally just trying to infer its usage through code analysis. We can still probably figure it out. I think we're fine. If we really need to, we can do that. Do you want me to put away the fuzzy pink handcuffs? You're doing God's work with husband. Yeet the sloth. Wait, what? Do not yeet the sloth. Treat the sloth with kindness. The sloth is a good sloth. Hello, Necron. How are you doing? It's good to see you again. I am a goddess. Exactly. You call them out. Not God, goddess. So we're returning all these funny objects. Options controller. I don't know what the options controller is meant to do. None of this is documented, which is, I think, part of the problem. Like if we, I did something. Wait, why is it doing that? Oh, I accidentally set a hotkey on my keyboard. If we go back to if we go back here, does it talk about it? Does this tell us what we should be actually doing? Only 2 requirements for a valid bare bones custom script. The function takes in 1 argument, run request, which will contain button ID, username, parameters, and modules. That function is exported under the name run, so it's visible to Node and therefore Firebot. Okay, that makes sense. Note the run request argument will contain all the properties you might need. Currently, run request looks like this: parameters. And this will contain any parameters the script has defined. Okay. Trigger. Trigger? How the script was triggered. Command, custom script, API, metadata, modules. Contains commonly used node modules. Options, request, spawn, FS patch. Okay. Parameters. After defining parameters allow you to write one script that can be dynamically changed by each button it's attached to. Input UI elements for parameters automatically generated. Okay, that makes sense. Return your promise. Resolve name, string. What is your name? Should whisper, blah, blah, blah. Access the parameters in your run function via the run request argument. Okay, that makes sense so far. Now this is explaining how we can get access to other features of Firebot though. That's what we'd like to find out. Doing good, how about you? Just write for a few minutes before I have to go and do boring things like cleaning and stuff like that. That is understandable. I've spent a good chunk of the day doing boring stuff like cleaning. So it is good to get that done. I need to do more though. I could spend I think like the next week cleaning and there'd still be stuff to do because there's just so many things around the house that I've neglected. It like definitely gets much more minor. There's like little things like cleaning out the, what are like the little cracks? What are the cracks? The little cracks in between tiles, whatever that's called. Cleaning that out in the bathroom. Things like that I need to get around to eventually. Yeah, there's definitely like lots of little things that I've put off for ages. Cleaning out the cupboard's another one. There's so much dumb shit in there that I do not need. It'd be nice to be able to just walk in there without having to force the door open. But yeah, I do need to eventually get some more stuff done. Trying to get a little bit done every day to feel like I'm slowly making progress. I say a little bit, I'm doing like hours a day. All right, each parameter must define a type. Type is what is used to determine what input element is used when generating the UI controls. Okay, well that's UI controls. I don't care about UI controls. Effects. This will, if you want to call back to Firebot to run effects, you must return a promise object and resolve with a response object. This will allow you to run asynchronous code without stalling Firebot. That makes sense. We don't want to freeze. Node is notoriously single-threaded, which means that you cannot run multiple things at once. Although I don't know how the fuckery works with async. It does some weird async shit. I don't know how, but yeah, that is a problem for someone who knows. I just know how it works. I know how to use it. I don't know how it works. Should figure it out one day if I want to actually be a JavaScript expert. Do I even want to be a JavaScript expert? It is basically what my career has become, even though I never really wanted it to be. Just ended up being where all the work is. Everyone wants JavaScript, so I've just been doing JavaScript work. We'd like to go back to Java or even learn like a new language. Go is not bad once I got used to it. I have problems with Go, but it's fun to write in. If you want to, yeah, we want to run effects. Each effect object requires a type that tells Firebot what kind of effect the object is. You can see the list of all effect types here. Does this work? Okay, no, it's broken. Yeah, there are problems with their with their documentation. A lot of problems. Hopefully that gets fixed eventually, because it does make it so much harder to kind of get into the programming part of it. The rest of the effects depend on type of effect. The best way to know what an effect object should look like for a particular effect is to create the effect manually on a command and then view the JSON file for your saved command. Okay. All response object options. Response success, error message, effects, callback. Callback function that gets called when effects or commands are finished running. Okay. That makes sense. Get script manifest, blah, blah, blah. May I append your surname to your... May I append my surname to your name? Oh, you're one of those people, are you? One of those women who like to keep your last name. I don't know, what is your last name? Why don't you tell us? We can decide if it is cooler than mine. Person with the cooler last name gets to keep it. Was he Baxi? Ah, of course, Baxi. Speary Baxi. How did I completely miss over that? You know, Baxi does actually go hard. Does Baxi go harder than Kamawata? Yeah, I think that kind of does. Wazzy Baxi is... That kind of... There's like the little rolls off the tongue. The Z at the end of both of them. Wazzy Baxi. It's more of a Xi versus Z, but I think that's kind of cool. I like X's in names in general. Jesus fuck, I'm not even reading that out loud. Then to output information to your console. Okay, we don't... I guess we can know that. That's good to know, I guess. I will probably end up doing that from all my debugging. Just spamming logo.debug, logo.info. Back to therapy with me. Bye. Thank you for stopping by, Spiri. I don't know if you're actually going to therapy. If you are going to therapy, good luck. That is to be passed on to your therapist. If not, then I hope you have a good time doing whatever it is you got planned. None of this is explaining how we access other features of Firebot. Because I would have thought, like, surely we can access like or set like a global variable, or we can set user metadata from within scripts, right? Or maybe the idea is that we don't. Maybe we are supposed to just define like a simple maybe we're supposed to just define a simple action that then generates all the information that we then pass back to Firebot itself, and then put all of that, or save that as like a variable or as user metadata from there. That'd be kind of weird. I mean, not necessarily weird, but interesting, I suppose. None of this is really explaining exactly what we're looking for, though. So if we go back to gamble effect, I've somehow fucked with this, which is great. I don't know what code I've changed, but there's the little save icon there. Control Z until it goes away. Okay, there we go. We fixed it. All right, let's have a look here. Okay, script modules. What is this script modules thing? Because look at this. This is getting the counter manager. Counter manager.getCounter. Okay, so it is possible. On a 16, the dealer's card is a 4. I say there's a good chance they go bust, honestly. I feel like the dealer's going to go bust here. But if you don't hit and then it doesn't go bust and you lose, you're going to blame me. So I don't know. But on a 4, that's not ideal for the dealer. But yeah, like we've got script modules, counter manager. What is this script modules? This is coming from the handle function. That's been defined here. It is being called here. Run request.modules. Aha, so it's all defined within modules. I see. This is interesting. So if we do want to access things like scripts or I guess user metadata and stuff, it's all defined within modules. And this is within Firebot custom script types. Okay, so this will hopefully be actually properly defined. What does the dealer get at 21? I mean, if he does, then it was probably a loss anyway, right? Oh, it is a 20 though. That's tragic. Perhaps the rewrite will make it less rigged. That is all we can hope for, right? I guess if I do end up rewriting it, that would be a good incentive to actually add in all the extra features people have been asking for. We can add in insurance, we can add in doubling down, we can add in hand splitting, we can perhaps add in card counting even. It's something I've talked about before that could be really cool. Have like an actual sleeve of decks that the dealer uses, and people can work together to figure out when they should deal in and hit or not. But anyway, we have script modules. So this is everything that's available under runRequest.modules. This is going to tell us what we can actually get access to. Things like counter manager that we were seeing down here. Because this is using the counter for tracking something or other. I haven't fully followed exactly what it is because I'm not really interested in how or what the script is doing, more just how it's doing certain things that I think would be useful. Either I won more than I thought recently, or people have been losing. People are always losing. That's the thing. If you look at like the exclamation mark leaderboard, your exclamation mark leaderboard. Okay, it takes ages. Twitch is weird sometimes. Like Sunflower number 1, obviously. Miru is going kind of hard, actually. She's been lurking hard, but she's moving on up. Reflex and Duck, they were not on the leaderboard recently. I think a lot of the big hitters have just gone broke recently. Nat has lost a lot of points. Justin has not been at the top for a long time. But like Nat lost a lot of points. Who else was at the top? A few people were at the top, lost a lot of points recently, is what I'm trying to say. I can't remember their names, so do not quote me on this. But honestly, it goes to show that the best way to get to the top of the leaderboard is just not to gamble. At the very least in my stream, it seems to be the case. I know in Vi's stream, there are people with obscene scores. People over there have gotten scores higher than anything I have ever gotten on here. Higher than anyone has ever gotten here. And I don't know why that is. I'm pretty sure I sent him the exact same rigged bot. It should be rigged the exact same way, but it doesn't, apparently. Did Nat lose all of hers and 15 of Vani's? Yeah, that was it. Vani gave her a bunch of coins, and then Nat lost all of both of their coins. So, yeah, everyone's broke. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. It exposes the Twitch chat and Twitch API as well. I wonder what those can do. What can we get from those? Oh, we can do things like trigger ad break, get online status, get channel information. That is interesting. Read the blue line after we have all modules defined. So there are potentially more modules that have not yet been defined. We could potentially do something like a console log here or maybe even debug to try and figure out exactly what is being provided if there's something we are missing but want to use. User DB as well. That is interesting because we probably want to use user DB to store like user metadata. So that is something at least. Yeah, there's the quotes manager, replace variable manager. Okay, so this is basically where we want to access everything from. That is good. Okay, so we do know it is in fact possible and we know where to get it from now. With that in mind, I guess what we need to do is actually define what we are doing with blackjack. And to that extent, I think we get a new window. We're going to open recent, go to, where was it? It's going to be custom commands. Yeah. And we're going to want to go blackjack. And we can figure out exactly what we're doing over in blackjack. How am I going to organize my windows? Windows are going to get a little messy because we've got so many things that we're trying to juggle right now. Coding might as well be hieroglyphics to me. I have zero clue about what is happening. I will try my best to actually like describe what is happening. I feel like if you're good at programming, you should be able to explain to people as you go. And that's always been something I've been kind of decent at, is talking to people about code in a way that helps them understand it when they are not coders. But basically what we are doing right now is figuring out how we can manipulate data within Firebot, how we can call some of Firebot's internal functions from our custom code. And we've just figured out how we can do that. So we are now going to see if we can like maybe write some, or maybe we can start planning out exactly how a blackjack will look and what we can do to actually get that working. We've got Firebot gambling script here. We want to potentially like minimize this for now. Maybe we can just chuck you over to like tab 7. Go back to this one. So we're going to write blackjack. First thing we want to do here is figure out like exactly what our requirements are. We want to basically port over everything that's here. We want to like convert it all to JavaScript. And the first step to that is going to be actually defining all of our requirements. I know basic stuff like an API is, but all the commands and actual setup for me is just eldritch form of magic. It's like everything in that you eventually get the hang of it. Everything looks hard when you have never done it before. And especially with programming, it's very common to see people who have been doing it for like 5, 10 plus years, and they're just working on like really massive code bases. They are doing things like a second nature. And of course they're going to it's going to make it look like it's hieroglyphs and eldritch magic because they have spent a massive portion of time and effort learning it. Just like there are probably many, many things you would do that I would be like, I could never fucking do that because I've never done it before and you have been doing it for a long time. Yeah, just like anything. If you spend a lot of time on something, if you memorize it, if you perfect it, then it is going to seem really, really hard to someone who is just starting out. But I don't know, if I started writing code that was like super basic, if I was literally just writing code that was going to be putting out a message of like, hello world, I think you would probably understand that. Because in fact, it is as simple as that. And like, that's where it all starts. You don't start here. You don't start here. You don't start writing code that is like 350 lines long. You start by writing one line that does one thing. And maybe 2 lines. Maybe you get spicy and you say you want an if loop. You might say, something like, what can I say? var numbers equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You might do something like that. You'll say, okay, well, the square brackets are a bit weird, but I can infer that this is basically a big list of numbers. And then I could do something like, for I do something like this and then go, I can do something like that, that's like 4 lines. And suddenly, it's a little more complicated, but it's a step, it's just one more step further that is pretty approachable. It's like, okay, well, we've got our list of numbers. This is a bit arcane, but you can probably infer that it's doing something like 5 times. Console.log I. Okay, so it's like, logging It's like I, whatever the value of I is. I'll probably like, should be something like numbers I. Yeah, it's getting, yeah, this just gets the value of I, the value of numbers at I, which will be 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then just outputs it. And I don't know, it gets, you start slow, you build up to it, and then eventually you get to the point where you can write this kind of stuff. And this is really not that much. This looks like it is more than it is, largely just because, I don't know, like, there's stuff like this. There's stuff like the dictionary, which is taking up 44, like 50 lines just because I've declared stuff in a very big way. I've declared stuff in a very line inefficient way. Not that line efficiency matters at all, but it makes it look bigger than it is what I'm saying. Like, none of this is particularly complicated, I would say. It all makes sense when if I walk through it, I think. I've explained it to people who have been like, I vaguely understand it. But you will get, like, there's stuff that I will see that is very arcane. But, you know, as you just do more of it, you do get better at it. And then eventually you'll be able to look at code that you've never seen before, like this. You know, I can look at, or this, for example. I can look at this and say, all right, well, I've never seen this before, but I am good enough at my logical deductions to, you know, put together what everything is doing. I recognize all of the keywords. I can tell, like, this is a function. I can see it's the handle function. Okay, that's being called here. I can see the commands being passed in, or the values being passed in. Yeah, you figure out what this is returning. You understand how it flows together. It's like it's a learned thing. You get there eventually after doing this for years. Took coding in college, but was sick a lot, got too far behind. Teacher died during the summer and retaking the course is not really an option. That's actually crazy. And hello, MK, how are you doing? Gotta go now. Best of luck with the bot coding. It makes a bit of sense. It would probably make more sense if I was in a mental space to describe it well. And things are currently just, my brain's going a little funky right now. But otherwise, yeah. Anyway, thank you for stopping by, Necron. I hope your cleaning and stuff goes well. And I'll catch you again next Friday. I'll be back Friday. All right. So we're going to define our requirements. We want to figure out exactly what we want to be doing here. So what do we do as part of our initial blackjack bot that we need to port over? We probably want to define the card list, the list of cards that it can be. All right, we're standing. I see how it is. I did complain recently that no one was using stand that much anymore. I've been considering lowering the price. I'm like, if no one uses it, then the price should basically go down. It should be going down until people want to use the stand redeem. I think for the hydrate as well. Anyway, we've got define card list. That's fine. And then we've also got, yeah, this is just this dictionary of card values. We could possibly just simplify these two, I'd say. I know I initially separated these two because I was like, I wanted to be able to just store the card list or the cards in someone's hand as a list of strings. Sai! Hello, Sai. Welcome in. How are you doing? Yes, I died. The sloth is dead. How's it going? Have you spoken to Sunflower? She's been worried about you. Apparently you didn't talk to her for like 3 days and she was really worried about you. We were in here like yesterday, literally doing detective work. And by detective work, I mean just checking when you last chatted in my stream to see if it was after she messaged you. Yeah, Sunflower's worried. Make Sunflower not worry. I slept a lot. That is fair. That is valid. She's just like, I'm sure he's not done anything stupid. I'm just worried about him. I'm just like, I'm pretty sure Sai's alright. I trust Sai. Sai's my guy. He is Kasai the fox guy. I know, I'll work on that. Sai the something guy is what we will eventually land on. I'm going to land on some kind of funny little verb there. Verb or adjective. Adjective is the description I want. Yeah, I was saying that we used to have the card list and card values separately. I mean, we used to. I still do. But I'm thinking we can probably change that because if we're going to be handling things in a more efficient manner, they should probably just be like their own object, their own type. So it'd be like, you know, card type. It has display value, display value, and then point value. And then define array of cards that can be pulled from? I guess if we are going to be implementing something like card counting, then now would be the time to do it. So rather than just have it completely generate a random card from one of 13, one of 13, we would want it to actually consist of like a sleeve. And I figure, yeah, why don't we do that? I think you guys deserve a little bit of a break. I think card counting would be kind of cool. It'd be fun to see if you guys actually do anything with the card counting, or if everyone just complains it's rigged when you now have like a statistical advantage. Took a PC I was working on into a shop through sleep deprivation, then slept for like 16 hours straight. Jesus. That's a lot of sleep. I hope you're feeling better. Bro, I have not slept that long. I think ever. I've slept for 12 hours on a couple of occasions when I was like really fucked up, but I'm probably due for like a good 10 hours sleep, I'd say. I've been getting about 8 hours recently, and I've been feeling really wrecked. I don't know why. It's like, it's 8 hours. Why am I sleepy after an 8-hour sleep? This is bullshit. This is rigged. I'm supposed to feel better after 8 hours. This is the amount that I'm told that I need. So I slept that, and then I feel worse. But I'm glad to hear you're feeling better. Question mark. I hope you're feeling better. I actually didn't say you're feeling better, so I hope you are. Right, we've defined an array of cards that can be pulled from. So I guess we would want to, rather than define an array of cards, we'd want to define we could say define array of cards, and then perhaps something like sleeve of decks, question mark. Because if we do end up wanting to implement it, it would be easier to do it now than it would be to go back and completely change everything. This would mean storing something as, I guess, some sort of global variable. We'd have to figure out exactly how that works, because we still haven't really gotten to the bottom of that. I might ask in the Discord, honestly. I'll see if other people have ideas on any kind of, what would you say, any kind of alternative to how it's handled by StreamerBot. You know, the equivalent to StreamerBot's global variables. As long as I slept once was 26 hours straight, parents were so confused and concerned. I would be too. That's alarming. I could never imagine waking up and a full day has passed. That would fuck me up. I do not know how I would handle that. That's insane. You are insane, Sai. All right, so we're defining a card type, defining an array of cards. What else do we do over here? We have the coin name. So get name of currency. Get blackjack state. We need to be able to set blackjack state. Increment total won and lost. What else is there? All right, this is the blackjack hand class. Are we going to be defining a class over here in JavaScript is the question. JavaScript does support classes as of ES6, but when I write JavaScript, I like to avoid classes. I prefer to be a functional programmer. So I don't know if we can, how can we format this in a way that's going to be functional programming compliant? I'm still learning it. I'm still learning how to be a proper functional programmer, but it is still something I like to strive towards as much as possible. Once you have food poisoning, a growth spurt, an ear infection, and possibly cold flu all at once, you just sleep until the day ends. I guess, yeah, shit. Your body obviously needed all of that, so good job to your body for actually taking what it needs. That's pretty based. All right. So yeah, there's the blackjack hand. This was just responsible for, the cards in the hand. The current bet. Right, this is all coming back to me now. This is coming back. How could we format this in JavaScript? I guess we would have just like, we would say blackjack hand, which needs to be responsible for hit, hand, total, hit, all hit, list cards, total of cards, hit and bet. Got the hit, it's got the bet, list cards, total of cards is blackjack. We could probably just calculate this with a function. Yeah, I'm seeing the vision now. This is fine. Voddy just went, nah, I ain't dealing with all of that, shut down. Yeah, you know what? I understand. That is pretty valid. So get hand total is blackjack. We support the ability to hit. And it stores the username as well. Hit, bet, user name. Why are we storing the username again? I forget why I store username. I think I was doing it so I could access the user. I could get the user's name via the blackjack hand for incrementing or decrementing the amount of points they have. But if we're going to that extent, then username should probably be something like Twitch ID. Because instead of referring to users by usernames, it should be basically just using their Twitch ID instead, because that can't change. And while I don't foresee it being a problem where someone changes their name mid-hand and just breaks everything, it is technically a non-zero possibility. So it's nice to, I guess, account for it. And anytime we're accessing users, we really should be using Twitch ID, if at all possible. It was a problem I ran into with Gacha. I was storing users as usernames, as their key. And then every single time someone changed their name, they were breaking my gacha. Not hard breaking it, I guess, but it was a problem where, I would have to then manually update their name. Whereas if I'm saving them by ID, then it's much easier to automate the process of getting their ID, getting their name. I feel better, but my PC is currently being tampered with by a qualified professional, so I hope that resolves quickly-ish. What's wrong with the PC? I saw you mention you took it into a shop, and then I forgot to ask what exactly happened. Look at you pulling. I do need to change it so that, when I prod over to Firebot, I'll probably make it so that subs get more points. I feel like it's only fair. I have been hesitant to have any sort of way for people to get more points outside of literally just lurking and stuff, but I feel like people who support the channel deserve some of the funny virtual currency. But okay, we've got the hand. We're defining all the things that it needs to do. That's looking good now. Need to be able to join blackjack. We need to be able to close blackjack, which consists of, what does join blackjack consist of? Validate bet. Need to validate bet, need to give, generate user hand. Close blackjack. We need to generate dealer hand. Unlock. I got the chat overlay thing working and I ate dinner. Hell yeah, look at you go. Elsie, did you lose a timestamp? Because I'm pretty sure it's date time dot now. That is... That's a good one, actually. You actually left me speechless on that. Fuck. I'm angry because that is one of the best fucking pickup lines I've ever heard. Are you looking this up? Did you Google that? Are you just Googling programming puns? Because that is... Fuck. It's one of the times you just see a joke that's so good, you're just like, oh, I kind of just got to sit back and appreciate that for a minute. Did you really? That is actually fucking cool as fuck. I did not know that. Spiri, every time I think you can't get any cooler, you just drop something like that. I'm just like, damn, this is actually fucking... That's very cool indeed. I love how you say used to. It's just like, that's it. Fuck that programming shit. I'm out. What is the worst piece of code? Oh, okay. So obviously I don't know the worst piece of code ever, but I can talk about the worst piece of code I have ever seen. What is the worst piece of code I've ever seen? Okay, you know what? We are going to snooze ads so you can hear me for 5 minutes talk about the, two of the worst people I've ever had the displeasure of working with. Okay, actually no, just one person. We're gonna talk about one person and some of the really super dumb shit that he's ever done. There's a cybersecurity program down south and was top team in the entire US Southeast. That is sick as hell, actually. Why'd you stop, if you don't mind me asking? Was it just not your kind of thing? Did you have other things that were more interesting? Was it layoffs and you couldn't get another job? Was it a culture thing? I don't know how things are in the US, but all of those seem equally likely. Lurk, leaving us with no answers, only questions. Oh yeah. All right, so worst piece of code. I don't know if does this count as worst piece of code? I think one of the easiest answers was there was a piece of code I read that was taking a, funny enough, we're talking about date time. It was taking a date, it's taking a string that represented a date. Wait, was it a string? No, sorry. It was taking a, give me a second here. It was taking a number. It was converting that number to a string and converting that string back to a number. I don't know why it was doing this. It took a string, went with like a string.toInt, and it took the int and went .toString on the next line. Nothing happened in between. It literally just converted an int to a string and then back to an int for no reason at all. I saw this and I was just like, wait, what the fuck? Why is it doing this? So that was one of the worst pieces of code I ever read. But then if I want to talk about one of the worst things I've ever seen in coding, which I think is the funnier answer, it's not a one-to-one answer to your question, but one of the worst things I've seen a person who's supposed to write code do was a guy called, actually no, I won't name his name, even though it's a common name. I worked with a guy, we'll call him David. David is the fake name here. David was really fucking bad. He's the worst programmer I've ever had the misfortune of working with. He was so bad at his job that I'm pretty sure he actively cost the company money because whenever he made a change, it was always broken, which meant someone else always had to work on it. And because of how bad he was, it always took more time for that person to fix his change than it would have they'd just done things themselves. But anyway, he's had this problem where he's just constantly submitting code. The code doesn't work. Everyone's just like, what the fuck is wrong with David? And eventually we get to a point where we're like, all right, it's just everyone's got to review David's code every single time. We wanted him, a lot of people wanted him gone. All the senior people on the team wanted him gone, but he was working, he was part of a remote team, and the team lead or the people in charge of that remote team was such fucking pains about removing anyone. Like it was like pulling teeth to get anyone kicked no matter how bad they were. But anyway, we were working on a program that, or our dev environment only worked on Linux or Mac computers. Because of just the tooling chain, it would not work if you ran it on Windows. And this is important because him and the rest of his remote team, they all used Windows computers. So normally you'd say, all right, well, that's silly. They can't test on their computers. They can't do all the stuff they're meant to. But they had Linux virtual machines to run it on. So the idea was they would run their code within the virtual machine, they could see if it works, they could test everything, and then if it all worked, they submit it to the Git. It gets reviewed and then eventually gets merged. That's the process. David decides one day to submit a change. He raises a PR for his change, a pull request, a request to have his code merged into our major code branch, where it would then get deployed into production for live users. His change did not change. His code did not change one file. His code did not even change 10 files. His code, or his change, affected every single file in the entire repository. Hundreds of files. He had made a change that affected hundreds upon hundreds of different files. And this was not some kind of 200 IQ Giga Chad superbrain reformat the entire repository thing. He did not make our code more efficient, more effective. He did not fix anything. He did not completely rewrite our code to be some kind of incredible piece of modern art. He changed every single line of every single file. He didn't delete them, thankfully. He did not just delete everything. That would be funny, but arguably not as funny as what actually happened. Because what actually happened is, in Linux, in Linux and Windows, there are these things called line endings. And it basically is an invisible character that defines where a line ends. So, for example, if I've got my cursor here on the window. But if I've got my cursor here on the window, but if I press N, which is the Vim key to go next to the next word. Good snooze. If I press N or wait, no, it doesn't work. If I go W to go find the next word, it recognizes that there is a line and it goes to the next line. And that is because even though you can't see it, right here after the D is an invisible character called a line break. And that line break just tells your computer, yep, you're starting a new line right here. Windows has different line endings to Linux and Mac for that matter. I can't remember exactly what they look like, but they're different is the main thing. And that means that Windows and Linux do not see eye to eye. I think a lot of modern editors will just pick up on both of them and it will be fine. But basically they are different. And what happened was our good friend David, he had for some reason taken it upon himself, not manually obviously, but he had changed every single line of every single file in the repository to use Windows style line endings. That was despite the fact that this code is supposed to be developed on Linux and Mac. There is no reason to change it to use Windows line endings unless he was developing on Windows. He was not using a Linux virtual machine like all of his colleagues, like he was supposed to. He had been writing all of his code just straight up on Windows. And if you remember what I said earlier, our tooling does not work. Our tooling did not work on Windows. And suddenly, with this one absolutely borderline borderline insane change, everything made sense. We understood now why every single change this guy made was complete and utter dog shit. He had been running every single change. He'd been making all of his changes on Windows. He had not been doing it on the Linux VM that he is supposed to. So as a result, he had never tested anything because he couldn't run the local server. So he had just been making changes, sending them off, and just hoping they were good enough. Never tested, never got to see if they worked, just kept submitting these changes. So the vast majority of his changes never fucking worked. And we knew this because we had to keep testing them and we had to keep rejecting them. But now we understood why. It was because this absolute... there are many words you use to describe David. Yeah, he basically just kept submitting changes without testing them because he was developing on a system that did not support our local environment. And that was just the story of the most obscene PR I've ever seen in my life. It's just fucking... it lives with me to this day because I cannot, for the life of me, believe that, well, for starters, he was so fucking inept that he had never tested a single change, but also that he just submitted that PR, never saw anything wrong with it, and just went on with his day. Just... what the fuck? You changed every line of every file in the entire repository, and you saw nothing wrong with that. You did not think to yourself, uh-oh, I've made a mistake. You just said, yeah, it looks alright to me. You just hit the fucking merge button. Not the merge, he hit the raise PR button. My boy David moving different. He was going places. Not up in the career, but places. Are you compiling? Because if I see you, I feel like I'm compiling love.exe. That is, you know what, you're getting there. You're getting there, Justin. I guess you could compile an exe with, does that how a compiler could work? I don't know. I don't know Windows very well. I don't know if you could compile to an exe. You compile to bytecode, which I suppose could be then executed. But doesn't exe imply the existence of something other than just literally like runnable code? I don't know what the Windows definition of an exe is. I'm overthinking this. I am severely autistic, but thank you for the flirt there, Justin. Getting back to blackjack, because that is what we are here for. We're here to make blackjack. Close blackjack, we generate the dealer's hand, and we close blackjack bets. And then we need to support... hitting is done through the blackjack hands. Blackjack hand has the hit functionality, but yes. If Joe gets A, give him 10 Jack Queen King. Totally not rigged. Excellent suggestion there, Joe. Welcome in. How are you doing? How was my code? It's perfect. I see no flaws there at all. It definitely would work. Exe is executable. You can run it. I don't know, honestly. Because it's like, there might be certain definitions of what an exe does that Windows looks for. I don't know if that makes any sense. Someone who does Windows programming, you can jump in. You can tell me that I'm stupid. Tell me what I'm missing here, because I'm certainly missing something. I'll look into it one day. Because like, it's different to Linux, where you can run lots of different files on Linux. There's no there's no exe because it's a Windows thing, but yeah. When you download a music and CMD opens and closes instantly, very sus. The good old days of LimeWire, downloading Linkin Park in the end, maxhd.exe. Yeah, this looks alright to me. I'll run this. God, how did my computer survive LimeWire? That was crazy. Hi, Aussie and friends. Hello, hello. Hello. Blah, 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 blah. My tongue is twisted tonight. Hey, Seth, how's it going? Yo, what in the coding is going on here? Hello, hello. Yeah, we are doing programming. We're writing a funny little bot, or rather we're porting over the blackjack bot that I have here that's currently running in my chat. My blackjack bot is currently running through StreamerBot. It's written in C#, but we are looking at moving over to a new bot. It's called Firebot. And I know I spent a good amount of time at the start of stream giving a whole spiel about why I want to do this, but I just like Firebot more. Firebot is cool, and I will hopefully eventually just be using that instead of StreamerBot. So we're slowly going to see if we can port over all of the functionality from StreamerBot to Firebot. And at that point, I could probably just start running Firebot instead of StreamerBot. But I figured I've been putting it off for ages, so I'll stream myself doing it. People have been asking for coding streams, so I thought I would give it a whirl, see if it's popular at all, and also just get some stuff done. 2 birds with 1 stone. Actually force myself to get stuff done. It's kind of like a like body doubling, except instead of 1 person, there's probably like 10 people. Good thing, man. Oh, hell yeah. Sounds exciting. It is fun, at least. We're learning a lot. I see we've had ads hit as well. I'm very sorry if anyone's been caught in ads. I always say this. I always apologize to people caught in ads, but the people in ads cannot hear me. I should have it scheduled so that the blackjack bot runs during ads. I think that's a smart idea. Damn, getting the sunflower treatment tonight. Gonna go cry a singular tear. Oh fuck, I missed a chat from Sai. I'm sorry. Love how Wazzy gets so caught up on his rant about David being a great coder to even read why the PC needs a shop repair. Oh fuck, I'm missing so much. I'm missing messages about missed messages. My PC wouldn't post with a constant DRAM light. Tried resetting RAM, tried changing fan ports, tried wiping CMOs, tried force updating my BIOS via USB drive, also no avail. That is alarming. That is not a good start to a computer. And it looks like you have tried not just everything I would have suggested, but many things I would not have even thought of. So hopefully that works out for you. Hopefully they get a fix. I would be livid if my brand new computer just like did not boot. Just like put it together, everything looks fine, and then it just doesn't work. I would cry. Cry and be livid. Just all at the same time. All the emotions all at once. So we got close blackjack, generate dealer hand, close blackjack bets, and then end blackjack. Ending blackjack is where the majority of the logic is. It's by far the biggest of the functions because we've got to check who won, who lost, pay out, change the blackjack state again, and just go from there. Okay, let us see. Oh, hi, Kasai. What are they doing here? Hand list. .to list. Why is this? What is this yelling at me for? Oh, it says collection can be simplified. All right, I don't care. So we're getting the list of all the users. That's going to potentially be a problem, actually. How do we get a list of all users that have that as their metadata? Can we do that through the database that gets exposed? Well, we'll get to that when we get to that. We need to not think ahead at the moment. Get list of all dealt in users. Determine winners, losers, draws, pay out. Change blackjack state to inactive. I can't remember what the exact name I was using. Is it inactive? Is inactive the value I set the blackjack state to? Oh, we've also got to clear blackjack hands. Yeah, just clear blackjack hands. I think that's the only thing we need to clear. My hypotheses with it are either a faulty motherboard, faulty CPU, failed wiring because I've never wired an AM5 chipset board, or it's blocked because of its memory learning and me trying to boot it with no CPU cooler initially due to dumbassery. Well, hopefully it is not anything like actually damaging. Hopefully it's something that the repair shop guy fixes up easy peasy. Return to the computer. Welcome back, Varney. Speaking of people with computer issues, here is Varney. Varney's computer started working, which is good. It sounds all tech wizardy. Indeed. People who know computers are basically just wizards. That's kind of a tangent, but I really like the idea of technomancers. Wizards that control tech in some way, I think, are very cool. In general, I like magic in general. I think magic is very cool. The coding sloth is looking a little different today. Indeed, I am, Justin. Things are looking very different today. Man, I'd like some kind of way to be able to share my screen without actually sharing the overlay as well. I don't quite know how I've managed to do that because sharing my entire screen kind of does imply sharing the entire screen. So maybe there's some way I can make the chat overlay invisible and actually run the chat overlay. Welcome back, Reverie. My dad is a computer mancer. Your dad is a technomancer, yes. Gets fixed quickly, been on the bench for 2 days already now. Maybe he just has other stuff to get through. I don't know. Why do I feel like Rev just only pets me when she puts the halo on? It's like she does it just so she can feel like she's getting pets. Rev, is this a call? Is this a cry for help? Are you requesting that you, in turn, get pets? Do you want me to give you pets? Am I not petting you enough during your streams? You can say it. You can tell me I'm not petting you enough. She has said nothing. I bet Astral's streaming. I bet she's got me muted because Astral's streaming. She's busy watching her favorite bully buddy. Bully buddy? Is bully buddy the right word? Is that what you would say? Her favorite person to bully. She do enjoy bullying Astral. Was he never pats me? Okay, she's listening. Never mind. I'll keep that in mind. I have a lot of points. Okay, you know what? Message received, Rev. Thank you for telling me that you want pets. I will ensure that all is resolved. Cleaning up our calamity world while listening to you. Astral, my favorite victim. Yes. #1 victim. I will give love to Rev if it is needed. I'm so full of love, ready to share. W, Varney. This is why everyone loves Varney. Varney loves everyone and everyone loves Varney. You are okay. I thank you, Kasai. Pet you during Faz. I'm gonna balk my sleep schedule to pet you more, I guess. I will pet on your behalf, Sai. Fear not. Alright, so we've got end blackjack. A list of all dealt in users, determine winners, losers, and draws. Payout, change blackjack state to inactive, and clear blackjack hands. Okay. I think that's a decent summary of everything we need done. That is a decent summary of everything that is expected of this code. So with that in mind, we can probably, like, I don't know. We'll get rid of that code for now. We'll get rid of that, what do you call it? That VS code. We'll pull this over. So we've got our blackjack on the right here, and we've got our reference script on the left. This is going to be important because we're going to be referencing a lot of how they handle a lot of internal Firebot code. We're going to be sort of... Copying is the wrong word. We're going to be using it as a template, using it as a reference. It's going to be inspiration, perhaps. Minted is still having issues? That is unfortunate. I was looking to plan an event. What event? Is that our event? Do we get doubling down for blackjack? Well, I was saying that part of this rewrite is that I would like to try and add more features. Hopefully, now that we are just completely rewriting it, it's an opportunity to do all of the stuff that people have been asking for, like double down, split hands, and insurance, as well as a sleeve of decks so that you can card count. They're all things that have... Well, some of them have been requested. Some of them have been things that I have known have been missing from blackjack that I've wanted to get around to eventually. So I'm thinking to myself, if we're here and we're doing all this already, then we may as well get to it, right? We may as well just do everything all at once. Also, let me know how the music volume is. Do you guys think music is too loud? Should I turn it down? I don't want it to be like overpowering. I want it to be sort of sitting in the background, just like a little chill. If it's too loud, then I can probably turn it down. I'm struggling to find a good balance when it comes to audio because it's very hard to know like how I am. Music is fine. Okay. Fine. All right. Good. Okay. So we've got this. We've got our whole plan. We have planned everything in advance. So therefore we like delete. Oh, what am I doing? Delete all those. VGG. Wait, I accidentally capitalized it all. I don't even know how I did that. VGG yank. When we copy that, we are going to paste it here. I should probably break this up a little bit. There we go. That's a little bit better. All right, so we've got our list of things we want to do here. I put a J in for some reason. We've got a list of steps up here, and we've got the code that we are going to be building upon here. Script manifest. We probably need to fix this, don't we? Okay, name, blackjack. Description. I guess we've got to consider architecture as well. Like, is this going to be defining all of the functionality in a single action, or are we going to be returning like multiple actions? I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure how this works. Maybe we need to define multiple. I guess we'll figure that out. Whatever we do, we're probably going to be defining all of the blackjack logic within blackjack.ts, and then I suppose we might have some different entry points that define the different actions. I'm not sure. I think I killed the bot. Oh, it's doing the funny thing with collection. Oh, wait. No, my paste bin is up. Collection gets funny sometimes because it is using my paste bin. But that's strange. Unless it has... I'm going to be really, really annoyed if for some reason it has regressed the code again. And it is using the old collections endpoint. So this is part of the problem where it's like, I can't just like control F. Does this ack shit. Where is show collection? paste.what's.me/API? That is interesting. Why is that not working? What is going on here? What if I do? Collection. That works. Okay, Varney, do collection again. Varney. Oh, wait. Wait, it worked. Oh. Oh, I see what happened. No, okay, no, you didn't kill the bot. You literally just hit the timer. Oh, okay, I was worried the bot was broken. No, that's intentional. I could probably remove it, actually, given that... what I initially did was I had a limit to the number of times collection could be used by the same person within, I think, like 30 seconds. And that was because I was using someone else's API. I was using another person's website for the paste bin, and I didn't want to spam them. But now it's my paste bin, so I'm like, whatever. It's on my server. I can handle it. I'm a big boy. I can handle having several requests within 10 seconds. So if I go over commands, it's like exclamation mark collection, I believe. Yeah, it's a 60-second cooldown per user. I was really worried about being spammy, but then I ended up just getting blacklisted anyway. Cloudflare started flagging me as a bot anyway, so I guess it didn't matter in the end. I'm still unable to use their website, but now it's whatever. There's no cooldown anymore. You can, like, I was gonna say you can do collection as much as you want. Please don't spam collection still. I would rather not test that my server is capable of handling like dozens of those. If it does get bad, then, you know, like I eventually would have to take that offline. But yeah, just don't, please don't fuck with me. Oh yeah, I was going to say, one of the other cool things about Firebot is that it has a very cool quote system. If I do like exclamation mark, oh, it's not connected, so that won't work. If I toggle connection, if I do something like quote list, is it? I think this is how it works. Is it system commands? Oh yeah, here we go. System commands is where we find like the coins management as well, which is cool. Quotes management, quote. Is it quote space list? Yes, quote space list. If I enable this and do like quote list, like Nightbot does that, but then this works as well. And this is really cool. This is really cool because, let me show you. I mean, you can click on it and see exactly why, but look at this. It is... Wait, this is weird. Oh, it's got my stream in the background. The stream is in the background over my, the stream's in the background over the website. That is weird. That is unsettling, but also very, very cool. But yeah, it's like, it's got the quotes. It has a whole page for quotes. The built-in quote system is really good. And I hate Streamerbot's built-in quote system. Firebot is much, much cooler. For starters, like it has its own website. Streamerbot does not. If you wanted a list of quotes with Streamerbot, you would have to handle listing quotes on your own, handle searching quotes on your own. You would have to, there was a lot of work that went into it. So I never handled quotes through StreamerBot. It was always handled through Nightbot because StreamerBot just was shit with quotes. But now I can use quotes through StreamerBot, through Firebot instead, which is very cool. You can also view all of my commands. That's another thing I really wanted to do with StreamerBot, but I simply could not because StreamerBot had shit support for this kind of thing. But the fact that there is just like a nice website that you can use now is really cool. What I would love to do, like what would be super mega cool, is if there was a way to have a custom field here. Maybe I could have like collection and you could just view your collection. How fucking cool would that be? I'd love to see if you can do that. Because if you can, then like, let's fucking go. That would be the absolute best scenario because I could stop using the paste bin. You could have a much, much cleaner interface. I feel like they won't, but you know, it's whatever. What's a CSV? I'm reading chat through here. This is very cool. I actually can't read chat very well through here at all though. So we're going to go back to my what do you call it? I'm going to go back to my regular chat here. Thank you, Vani, for pulling me. Vani for pulling Serial. How you doing, Serial? Man, I'm gonna be 100% honest and say I don't know what to do for this event or who exactly to reach out to for this. What is the event? Did you say already? Please tell me you didn't say already and I missed. If I missed, I'm angry. Figure out who to invite beyond the obvious ones will be a pain, but honestly, I'll figure it all out. Are you allowed to tell me? Is this all super secret? Casual Wazzy human trafficker moment? Oopsie whoopsie. We all make mistakes in the heart of passion. What's a CSV? CSV is a comma separated value. It is literally like, where can I give an example? If we go over here, a CSV would look something just like name, status, is cool. So it's like think of it like an Excel file that is separated by commas. So at the top, you would have like the names of the columns. So you'd have like name, status, is cool. So name could be like Justin. Your status could be VIP, you know, you're a VIP in the channel. Is cool, maybe, question mark. It could be like name, King of Cereal. The status is mod, is cool. Oh yeah. Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's a comma separated values. CSV stands for comma separated values, and that's basically what a CSV is. So if I were to export that, you would just basically see like quote, date. What are the values it gives? You get quote, person who said it, date, game, which is pretty cool. Like download it as a CSV. Like, why don't we do that? We can do that right now. Can I open this? I think I'm fine. Yeah. So it's gonna look kind of funky, but whatever. Yeah, there you go. ID, text, author, creator, date, game. That's what it looks like in an Excel file. And then I could open it up as, actually, I don't know where I saved it. I was gonna say, I could open it up as a little raw text file and you would see exactly that. I could just download it again, honestly. Open with other, view all applications. If I go, this is so weird seeing my stream in the background, but it's very cool. I have to pay them for that. Like, I have to pay that. I'll just go, can I just do like note? Is there any basic note? What if I just do LibreOffice? I don't know. It's gonna look ugly as fuck, but whatever. Let's open it back up in that. All right, you know what? Whatever, I give up. I give up. That's what a CSV is. Yippee, Nerd Talk, yeah, the programming stream as promised. Welcome back, Josh. How are you doing? We are just talking about, well, Justin asked what CSVs are, so we're talking about CSVs. Then we're going back to actual programming. By the end of this stream, we will hopefully have written at least one line of code to manage our blackjack bot. I'm gonna go back to lurk and do whatever. This is all going over my head. No stress, Varney. I hope you have a good lurk. I'm very sorry for all the cool people I'm driving away with the massive nerd talk today. Can't say it or things start aligning too much. I'm alright. Alright. I see. I will wait with bated breath. But also, hello, Gutsy. Welcome in. Don't think I said hello to you. See my favorite personal artist coming in and I have not said hi. What is wrong with me? Let us see. We are going to start off. We're going to start off in main.ts. Main.ts is where we are doing the cool stuff. Hi, Wussy. Hi, Gutsy. Let us see. So where are we? Where does this define things? Oh, we're in gamble.ts. We want to look at the main.ts file for the Firebot gambling script. I think that's one of the problems I'm having with Firebot. If I have a biggest complaint, it is the fact that it is more difficult to write custom code. Or at the very least, it seems like it is. Like with StreamerBot, it was really easy to pick up on. Firebot looks like it's less straightforward. And I don't know, I guess that is maybe not the biggest deal, especially if you're like a developer, you'll probably figure it out pretty quickly. And it'll be fine once you get the hang of it. And maybe it's also just because the documentation is not like fantastic. There's no real good guides on writing code. They've got a basic guide, but that's it. My also top play is getting nerfed for a billionth time. Nerd, I see you, MK. Calling me a nerd? This is wild. I love nerd? Okay, that's alright then. If you love nerd, then I'm happy to be your nerd. Getting nerfed for the billionth time? It's Jova. My other scores are buffed. Why are things getting nerfed in Osu? That's weird. How does that work? How does a score get nerfed? Bill Gamble effect. Yeah, so register effect. Public run. Okay, I see it. So it's defining the... It defines a class and then exports new gambling script. Maybe we need to go reread the documentation because this is a little strange. Like, it is different to what is being done here, for example. Like, this is run. Public run. Yeah, so, okay. Is this... I see. It implements this. Implements firebot.custom script params. And this is an instance of Firebot custom script params. We should probably read exactly what this is. I was not in the correct mode. Custom script. So it's okay. It's got a stop. It's got parameters updated when the script is added to Firebot. And of course, it's got run. Yep. Okay. All right. That makes some kind of sense here. So it has get default parameters. It has set up front-end listeners. That is interesting. Is that defined in custom script? I would assume so if this is just implementing that. Like if we go over here. No, it is not being defined, actually. Huh, that is interesting. So is that just being implemented by gambling script then? Or, it's just a wrapper for whatever this functionality is. It's just a wrapper for a log event and then frontend communicator dot on async. Okay, I see. That makes sense. So it's not actually being used by the custom script class that we are using over here. So all we need to worry about is basically just what has been provided here. For now, at least. We can maybe get into the fancy stuff later if we need. Some easy patterns in also just give out a bunch of scores compared to actually hard ones, so it's fixed all the time. Okay. Can you FC the big black? God damn it. I can't even pass it. Rough. I'm gonna have to look this up later. I have to see what this big black is. What is it cool? Is that what the cool kids do? What is your biggest PP score? At least 27. I'm sure. Psy, if anyone's got a big PP score, it is Psy for sure. It's hard. I gathered that from the way you're talking about it. It sounds quite difficult. Sounds very challenging. All right. So get script manifest. Name blackjack. Description: gamble away your life savings in sloth coins. Author: Wazi Kamawada. Version 0.1. Firebot version 5. Yeah, we're on for Firebot version 5. Get default parameters. I guess default parameters does not really matter, does it? What are the default parameters that we would want for this? Again, I think this is an example of we need to probably see what the thing is like in action. Did I end up importing this last time I was using it? I went the wrong way. If I go over to queues, if I go to preset effect lists, if I go new preset effect, I'll go scripting or is it integration? I thought there's some way to grab one. Yeah, run a custom script. If I run custom script, yeah, here we go. Run starter script.js. Okay, so it's the default values that get populated in the little areas here. But the thing is, we don't really care about that. There's not going to be anything that the user can provide, I'd say. Because this is all on the assumption that we are sharing this code and then someone's going to want to put in something here, but they don't really need to, do they? They really need to. Or perhaps they put in the name of their coin. Maybe that's an idea. The name of their currency is something they put in. If we somehow cannot fetch that already, for now at least, we'll operate on the assumption that we don't need to specify the user value there. Just do it. If it's scuffed, just save as planned. So if no ideas for the game I want, I don't know how, if any of them would work or go. Honestly, just fucking YOLO it, right? Just do what is going to be fun, hang out with some homies, and I don't know. Just throw caution to the wind, I say, as the most scuffed stream on Twitch. But it's been interesting kind of getting to share my screen. I very rarely actually do full screen shares because I have been very worried about doxing myself, but I've been taking a lot of precautions. I've been making sure that I'm getting rid of anything that could potentially dox me, so I'm a little more comfortable sharing my full screen now. I had one issue. I've had issues in the past where notifications would pop up that use my personal email, but I believe I've removed all sources of those now, so there should no longer be any chance of those popping up and giving away my full name. And I don't know what else there is. There's probably other things. Like, eventually I will take real precautions. I'll create basically a whole nother profile on my system that is exclusively for use while streaming, and that will remove entirely any opportunity to dox myself, but that's a lot of work, so I've been hesitant to do that. Aussie's scoring system will never be perfect because people keep making new maps that will be piss easy but give too much score. Okay, I see. And one might even change the meta. Interesting. With the questions to the wind, we're all going to be game hopping after like 2 games of each. Probably going to narrow it down to like 1 to 3 games and go for that. That seems reasonable. That is reasonable indeed. Do crab game. Do crab game. Alright. Default parameters, so we don't care about that. Over here, they actually don't provide default parameters at all. They literally just return this. But this is angry at me now. Why are you angry? Public, get default parameters. Why are you angry? Expected type comes from property, get default parameters, which is declared here in type, custom script parameters, params. Okay, so up here they have actually redefined what is being returned. I think that's only because they've got a custom implementation of this. So if I were to try and do this, this would probably fail. In fact, yeah, it will. So I don't know. Let's work within what we've got here. If I just leave it message. Okay, no, that's still angry. What is message expecting? Can I simply not have any? Am I allowed to return nothing at all? Where is Firebot? Firebot's over here. The documentation is, at least. We're looking for... Excuse me as I swap between things. If anyone's got like you're gonna see that I've got ADHD. If anyone's got like sensitivity to flashing lights, this might be a pain in the ass of a stream. Looking for get default parameters. Oh, I just opened up a tab of Zen browser because I hit Command F instead of Control F. Get default parameters. Define parameters must have a function that returns a promise. Yes, that is fine. Return name should whisper. Can it be nothing is what I'm trying to figure out here. I mean, obviously it can be nothing because if we go back, the other guy was returning nothing. But this is throwing a tantrum if we do that, so we should probably imitate their implementation of just using a custom implementation. Guess who figured out magic storage? Praise, praise, good job. Good job, Reverie. I'm proud of you. as much as I'm sure you're having a lot of fun, try not to get too carried away, because I do not mind if we are doing a lot of stuff on stream. Like, look at it this way, Rev. The less you do off stream, the more I get to play with you. And I think that's a good thing. I don't mind doing all the boring stuff on stream as long as I get to do it with you. Each parameter must define a type. Just changing house and organizing. That's alright, that's alright. Just don't get too carried away. Yeah, so I guess we can probably just copy what's done here. I was somewhat hesitant because it's class-based, but I guess, I don't know. If I don't want anything. That's the thing. Like, I don't want any kind of message or input field at all. If we go back to Firebot here, okay, this is getting out of hand. I do not like that StreamerBot is giving me a flashbang every time I pop over. We can get rid of that. Like, it's got like this hello message, hello world. I don't want that. I don't want that there. But if I get rid of this, it complains. It throws a tanty. It says, hey, we are expecting something. We are expecting... Wait, message is declared here. Why is message declared? Where is custom script declared? That's what is confusing to me.
I knew you'd come.
Thank you for the follow, Oglethorpe. Is that Oglethorpe? Oglethorpe. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Man, sometimes I hate Windows because certain programs make the thing I'm hallucinating my mouse go backwards. Until I realize that this is just random program feature. Everything is a feature. If it is a bug, no, it is not. That is now a feature. I have legitimately had that happen. I've been told where I've had to phrase things to clients and be just like, yeah, this is now a feature. just tell them they want this. Convince them they want this so we don't have to change it. I'm just like, why the fuck am I doing this? I'm a programmer. I'm not meant to be doing stakeholder management. It was a goddamn project where they laid off everyone who did stakeholder management and they just said, hey, you, guy who's been on the project for 3 years, you are now the lead developer and also managing clients and also doing fucking everything. Have fun. Uh-oh. Deal's first card is an ace. That's not looking good. You guys are probably hoping I get this fixed really quick. You guys would be begging that we release the new definitely not rigged bot in the near future. And welcome in, Gaming Samurai. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Where is message defined? That is what is confusing me. Why are you expecting it? Firebot.custom scripts. Import Firebot from custom script types. Where is custom script types being defined? It's a node module, so we've imported it. It's not like it's something we can change. But why is that expecting message? That is what confuses me. Message is declared here. The expected type comes from property get default parameters, which is declared in type custom script params. That is confusing indeed. I've narrowed down to 3 games. Time to figure out likely ones. Time to figure out likely people to make it during the time frame of this. Hell yes. I'm keen to see what you are cooking. Whoops. Why is this now angry at me? What have I done? I've gone too far is what I've done. Okay, VS Code has just shit the bed or something, I think. Can I just... What if I just delete this? No, it doesn't even literally just let me return an empty object. Type void is undefinable to type param conps. Wait, that should just... Okay, I don't know. I do not know. It's expecting a type that I can't seem to change the definition of. Like, what they've done over here is they've defined a custom class and then exported from there. So I guess we could just copy that functionality, but I'm trying to better understand exactly why it is the way it is and how this is functioning before we go and just copy someone else's code, you know? Or before we copy their approach. It's also because I just like to avoid the use of classes wherever possible. I work with both functional and class-based React or JavaScript in general, and I do definitely prefer class less. Prefer no classes. Call me Marx because I hate classes. figure this out at work, or when I'm not just spitballing everything about it. Sometimes you just got to sleep on it. Sometimes you sleep and it all comes together. Sometimes you have a shower, actually. I get some great thoughts done in the shower. You sometimes just like, you vibe, you know? All right. The thing is, this is not a compiler error. This is just typing that's getting mad at us, and I don't really care about the type. I don't care about TypeScript, right? I mean, I do. I want to make it happy, but it's not going to break our script if we don't return a default parameter, is the main thing. Type void is not assignable. Yeah. But now it's going to say that, like, nothing is not assignable. Message is declared here. Oh, wait, here's the... Oh, this is why. It's because of this fucking interface. Firebot custom script. This takes... Aha! Oh, that makes sense. That is what they are doing. They simply just have it as a record. So you literally just go... record, string, unknown. Wait, I have made a mistake. It needs to be interface params is interface params, or even better, we just actually wait. We just get rid of that. We go in here. Wait, is this what I just did? My brain has like turned off. That should be fine. Now, why is this not happy? Property run is missing in type, blah, blah, blah. Run is declared here. Wait, did I get rid of run? Do you accidentally delete run? Wait, hang on. Look at the code. I did. Okay. Okay, so we just need to return, it's like run. And then run request. Okay. Run. Wait, is this trying to... No. No, just return or something. Going to need to... Fuck, this is such a goddamn mess, dude. Everything in this code is a goddamn mess. I see there are messages in chat. I will catch up in just a moment. As I figure out what the fuck I'm doing here. What have I done? You see, I realize people probably want to come to the software and development category to see people who know what they are doing and not people who are just trying to figure out what to do. So this is probably kind of alarming. Okay, there we go. I think. Get script manifest. How exactly did they do it? Yeah. It's like that. Okay. Wait, was it? Run request. It was like that. There we go. Okay. That is what we wanted to get to. What is the most embarrassing moment of your life? Jesus Christ, Gutsy, what the fuck? What is the most embarrassing moment of my life? That's a hard question. I feel like I embarrass myself in a lot of small ways, but a lot of the ways in which I embarrass myself are not really that embarrassing. I just feel very self-conscious about very basic things, right? I am the kind of person to overthink even just everyday interactions where I'm like, oh my God, did I do something silly? Did I say something stupid? I don't know, like one time I remember, I don't know if this is the most embarrassing moment, but I guess an example of the kind of things that are embarrassing to me that have been horrible enough to live rent-free in my head is one time I was in an elevator with someone at university and I don't know, I was just like making small talk with them and it was raining outside and they're just like, oh wow, like it's raining really heavy, isn't it? I was just like, yeah, but you know, I don't mind a bit of rain. It's good for the soul. And then like I left the elevator and then as I was walking down the hallway, I thought to myself, why the fuck did I say that? Why the fuck have I, of all people, said anything about like good for the soul? I've never said anything like that before in my life. I don't believe in any of that kind of soul stuff. So why did I just say that? And in the moment, I felt so embarrassed, even though in hindsight, that person probably did not think I was embarrassing at all. They probably just said, huh, yeah, I've heard that before. Or yeah, that makes sense. And for some reason, I could never forget that. It has just been something that I've found embarrassing, even though I know I shouldn't. It's weird. It is. I am weird like that. Actual other embarrassing moments are, I don't know. I'm trying to think of things. I feel like I've blocked most of them out except for ones like that, which are just stupid. And they live in my head because they are stupid. Because the moons were aligned and you said it. Exactly. Chakras were working. Jupiter was in retrograde. It's just everything lined up. One that is really bad was I was at school and I was at high school and I had a really fucking bad sleep schedule in high school. So I'd constantly be going to bed late, waking up early. I'd be fucking exhausted at school. I would be sleeping during classes and, you know, just not a great student sometimes. So one time we were in like, I think it was meant to be English class, but one of our students who was a Sudanese exchange student, not an exchange student, he was a Sudanese refugee. He'd come over from Sudan and was now living in Australia, but he was telling us all about his story. And it was really interesting because he's a really cool guy. He's obviously been through a lot and yeah, has a cool story to share with everyone that helps contextualize how we live, how things are in other parts of the world, and the challenges that he faced getting over here. I fell asleep. I fell asleep as this guy is talking about everything that he has been through. I fell asleep as this guy's talking about everything he's been through while I was in the front row of the fucking class. It was, that was bad. And as if that was not bad enough, that was already embarrassing. That was already cringe as fuck to think about. To take things even further, when he was done, everyone clapped. Everyone obviously was, telling him how good he did. They're all clapping. After everyone finished clapping, that was not enough to wake me. My teacher, the absolute, I want to call him an arsehole, but I guess I kind of deserve this. After everyone was done clapping, he came up to me, he clapped in my face, and my dumbass woke up thinking everyone was clapping, it was all over. I could just clap and pretend that I was not asleep at all. No one would have caught me, no one would know anymore. So I jolt away, clapping, look around, no one else is clapping. Look at the teacher who's staring at me. He's just like, have a good sleep. I was like, Anyway, that is probably one of the more embarrassing moments. And it's bad because my friends IRL constantly fucking remind me of it. They're like, haha, Woolsey, remember that time you fell asleep during class listening to that story? I was like, oh, don't remind me. Woolsey sleeping on the political and economical state of the world. I'm a sloth. What am I meant to do? I'm certainly not able to do much, I can merely look from my current tree and just shake my head in sorrow as I say, damn, you guys should do better than that. Anyway, we're defining some funny things. We got run request. The run request is containing basically all the important stuff we want to do. But this is a script. Okay, so I see it now. I see how this is going to work. It's slowly making sense. I think this will be good once I understand it. So this is going to be one of our commands. This could be something like start blackjack. This is going to be a command to actually start the blackjack. And we would then similarly have ones for like end blackjack and close and all that kind of stuff. That is how I imagine this is going to go, at least. Start blackjack, we get the script, return all of this. So that would mean we want to change this to be something like start blackjack. And then we could probably just like copy this, I would say, and then paste it a few times. This would be maybe something like close blackjack bets. And we create like end blackjack. Rather than just copy it all, I'm sort of just putting this down so I have a vague idea. And then we would do all of the work over in blackjack.ts. We would expose all the relevant methods, and then we could sort of import them over here and run them on a per script basis. And hello, Wolfie. Welcome in. How are you doing? They're kicking ass in your lands. What is your lands? Is that YL or YI? I do not know why I decided to do a coding stream and then not bring my glasses. This is a little bit of a mistake. Also, is the text a good size for everyone? I realized the text might be a little too small. I did not really consider that. Like, this is the text I usually do development work at, the text size at least, but this is on a big monitor, so if you are on like mobile or something, this is probably very bad. This is probably very hard to follow. A little bit small. Okay. Thank you for that. We can go control plus then. Control plus. It'll be a little more difficult to work with, I'd say, because it is now much smaller, but that is fine. We'll figure this out as we go. There's probably easier ways to do this. Maybe next time I'll start developing in Vim. I'll look very fancy just working from my terminal. Just tmux it and shit. Thank you for the luck. Alright. So we want to probably go over to blackjack.ts at this point. We start coding everything. So this would be something like start blackjack, or I probably want to use the appropriate case. I could use camel case if I want, but I prefer. Is this camel case? I forget what the differences are. There's like camel case and Pascal case. I think this is camel case actually. There's like camel case, which is the first letter is not capitalized, but every other word is. And then there is like Pascal case, which is like start blackjack, where the first word is capitalized as well as every other word. But we'll go camel case, because that's what I'm used to writing in JavaScript. Then over in C#, there's sort of a mixture. I think like even in JavaScript or TypeScript, people use capitals for class names, and for TypeScript you use it for like interfaces and stuff. Well, so you should make the blackjack thing with Notepad. Yeah, like I definitely have Notepad. Notepad's a fucking Windows thing. I do not have Notepad on Linux. And like if I wanted to be really fancy, I could do something like open up my terminal, do like Vim. You start coding in Vim. I could like fucking tmux. What are my fucking hotkeys? I forgot all my Vim, I forgot all my hotkeys for tmux. This has not worked out. I was gonna flex, and I realized flexing requires me to know what I'm fucking doing. But that is fine. So we've got start blackjack. Start blackjack takes in a like run request. And what is the typing of run request? Gemini, welcome in. How are you doing? Cool wallpaper though. Thank you. It is a cool wallpaper. I see how Sunflower felt now. Wait. Oh fuck. I keep missing messages. This is so bad. It's because I don't have my chat overlay to keep up with everything. I miss messages without the chat overlay. I must come up with a better way of handling this. I know, like if I follow Clonk's advice, if I follow Clonk's setup, he has chat on screen as part of the features. But Clonk has a very, very cool setup that I could not replicate. He is an entirely different window manager. He is the Emacs window manager. I didn't know Emacs had a fucking window manager. Emacs is everything. It's like not even ironic anymore. I ain't gonna, I ain't mad, I'm just disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in me too. I ain't gonna lie, I've been through something like that. I was so bored with people talking about their family members sacrificing themselves in war. Like 3 hours long in a wooden seat. Bro, the amount of times I almost fell asleep in church because I went to a fucking Catholic high school. Man. I would have been in deep, deep shit there though. So I was very careful never to fall asleep in church, but fuck me. That shit was boring. I started attempting to write guidelines for that Elden Ring idea we had. I'd be very excited. My only concern is if the lag is going to be really bad. Like, if we are trying to play together and we're dealing with issues of, like, one of us trying to press a button and then it takes half a second to register, that could be problematic. It depends on how the netcode is set up for the better multiplayer experience. If it's like server-side authoritative, then someone is going to have really, really bad lag. But if it follows a similar sort of style to Monster Hunter, where it just has each person like with the same seed of the boss, I don't know if that makes any sense at all, then it might be kind of good. Although given it's based on the Elden Ring netcode, and I know the experience is kind of bad if you're playing far away, it could be concerning. But we'll see. We'll see if we can make it work. Guys, we're talking about embarrassing moments. It was funny. Yeah, it's a great idea, Justin. You start. You start, Justin. We got the run request. What did we say the run request was? As a run request. Record. String. Was it string any? Is that what we defined back here? I don't need the working tree anymore. String unknown. This is not happy because we have not imported that. So we import that. Now are you not happy? Oh, because we have not declared it. That would help. Const start blackjack equals that. So we would want to send a message for starters. So we want to send the message, it'd be something like run requests.modules. Now, what do we have access to? What can we grab here? Probably Twitch chat. Aha, Twitch chat, send chat message. Can we specify if it's an announcement here? Message string, whisper target, account type, reply to message. Well, we're not replying to a message. So maybe Twitch chat is not the correct thing. Is it Twitch API perhaps? Twitch API dot... We could like get the client and go from there, but surely there's a better way. Twitch chat? Is it literally just that? Is that the only thing that is defined within Twitch chat? It's literally just send chat message. If we go back, is there anything for like announcement? Nothing here immediately. There's got to be some kind of way to send an announcement though, because that's what we're currently doing. We currently send an announcement rather than just a chat message, and it doesn't look like it is possible to define as a chat message, define it as an announcement within modules.twitchchat.send chat message. A message, whisper target, account type, and reply to message ID. That is not quite right. It was funny. I shit my pants in 2nd grade and stuck up the whole class while the visitor was talking in front of the class. The visitor was covering her nose. Bro, that is unfortunate. That poor visitor. Not much has changed, has it? 2nd grade, shitting your pants in class. Now, shitting your pants playing Osu. Some things change, some things stay the same. We want to be able to send an announcement. So Twitch chat is not the answer. So what else could be? There is replace variable manager. There's quotes, path, notification manager, moment logger. Okay, a bunch of these are just like regular JavaScript libraries, which we don't care about. Roles manager, event manager, effect manager, currency variable manager, counter manager, condition manager, command manager, child process. I'm guessing it's got to be something to do with Twitch API then. I mean, this is an interaction with the Twitch API. But it is... Perhaps, would it be channels? There's categories, there's channel rewards. It's not going to be channel rewards. Is it perhaps channels? No, that is specific to like metadata on the channel. Not teams, not users. Like we can get the client, but this seems like we are potentially getting into dangerous territory. We're going outside of the provided methods and accessing the client itself, which is alarming. That has potential to do things that are not particularly well protected. Streams, schedule, search. Is there anything like just chat? Chat is here. Okay. .chat. Send announcement. Here we go. Okay. There we go. So we can just do that if we want to send announcement. I'm wondering if it's actually going to be worth maybe abstracting this into its own method. We perhaps have a method up here that's just called send announcement. And it takes in a string and it will just call this for us rather than us having to define this every time. I don't know if there's much point in doing that, but I don't know. Maybe we do that. I vaguely remember the visitor was covering her nose. I do not shit my pants playing Osu. What the freak? That's what someone who shits their pants playing Osu would say. What is your defense now, Justin? The moment I'm most embarrassed that I remember ironically was on a Twitch stream and chat was absolutely wild that day. What happened, Sai? I know what a string is. Good on you. Good on you, Justin. Which is wild because C doesn't even have strings. C doesn't even have a concept of strings, and you know what a string is. C has an array of characters, which is often what languages just resolve a string to, but they do have string as either like its own type or syntactic sugar for the concept of a string array, a char array. JavaScript does in fact treat a string as an array of chars. So if I had a like const string equals, this is a string. If I did something like string 0, it would equal T, because it is just in the end an array of characters. I think that's kind of cool. That is interesting. JavaScript does some very interesting things. It doesn't have strings, but some specifically do meta libraries so it can use strings, int, and other stuff. Yeah, I mean, most people will like it. It doesn't have strings, but it has arrays of characters which are effectively strings, and you can have like classes that are not classes. You can have like wrappers around the concept of an array of characters to treat it like a string. I don't know if that is common practice. I don't do, I do not do coding in C in the real world. I've never done enterprise C. Maybe it is. Probably not though. I would assume that like to do that you would want like a standardized library, and people probably just have their own ways of doing it within their own code. You probably just figure out how to work without it if you are familiar with C. All right, so we are sending an announcement, but I do not actually like the idea of, I don't like the idea of doing that without having an actual command. So we're going to do something like const send announcement equal, how do I do that? I'm fat fingering everything. It's going to be something like announcement string, and it's going to send announcement string. Actually, what is it? Why is it saying? Oh, I see why it is doing this. So I need to pass in the run request as well. Pass in the run request and then pass in the announcement. That is fine. That is fine. So we do like run request, run. Honestly, I am redeclaring this enough that I should probably make it its own thing. We do something like export type run request. What did I define it as down here, actually? Run request is already a type, so blackjack run request equals record string unknown. So now down here, inside here, we can just say, if I can stop fat fingering shit. I don't know. Oh, hang on. Maybe it's my posture. My posture is all fucked up. I'm shrimped all over the place. Maybe I'll type better if I actually sit up straight, have myself positioned ergonomically, and just pay attention to what the fuck I'm doing. Blackjack run request. Yeah, there we go. That's going to save us retyping this every single time. We can import blackjack run request. Run request is blackjack run request announcement string. Run request dot modules. Oh no, because this isn't a run. I'm silly. I'm silly. This is a run request wrapped in a blackjack run request. That is perhaps something I should define, given that I may be doing it repeatedly. Now it's happier. Now it is saying that we are. I mean, it's angry, but still, it's happy in some kind of way. The stream is. Wait, am I allowed to read that? You just deleted it. Am I allowed to read that outside, or is this now removed forever? Has it been just purged from the history books, never for me to read out loud? Wait, that's not even that embarrassing. I read that. I won't read it out loud because you deleted it, but there's nothing. There is nothing there. Okay, you were just mucking around by seeing if you could just delete your own messages. Is that what was happening? Also, we do have ads starting in just under a minute, everyone. Take a moment to have a stretch, grab something to eat, and grab something to drink. They're on for 3 minutes, and you'll have another full hour or half an hour, perhaps. I don't know how long we'll be going for. You'll have either an hour or the rest of the stream of uninterrupted sloth coding afterwards. if you can avoid the ads in future by purchasing Twitch Turbo or a channel subscription. Otherwise, just sticking around and watching is really, really supportive. So I'd appreciate it if you do, and I'll see you all on the other side. This is probably unhappy because I don't think we're providing the color that it's expecting the announcement to be. So if we have a look here, it'll tell us what it is expecting. Yeah, 2 arguments. Broadcaster, user ID resolvable, announcement. Oh, actually, this is interesting. It is looking for the broadcaster, which is, I guess, going to be me. But then it is... I see. This is interesting. It looks like Firebot, for some of its provided variables, is actually just it's handling things like sending chat messages. It's providing things like the ID of the broadcaster to the announcement. And that might be stuff we end up having to do manually, because it doesn't look like this is a function that's supported by StreamerBot. Not StreamerBot, by Firebot. Although we could, of course, implement it. That's kind of the cool thing. It's just we can make our own changes to Firebot. Have I even opened it recently? Oh yeah, I do have Firebot. Wait. I could just go like new window. We could open Firebot and check out where this is all defined. But yeah, this is becoming perhaps a slight bit of... We've already encountered our first like major roadblock. Well, it's not a major roadblock. It's more of a minor roadblock, but it's potentially a sign that we are doing something wrong. It's a bit of an anti-pattern. We are bypassing Firebot's provided functionality and going straight to the API, the Helix API that it is, or the Helix library that it's using, which is just polling Twitch's API. If I want to go like run request.modules.twitch API, or even Twitch chat, I'm pretty sure we looked here last time. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Doesn't appear to be any kind of way to do this. I wonder actually if we go like open recent, or if we go new window. If we go new window, we go file, open recent, and we go Firebot, which I knew I did. I knew I had. I knew there was a Firebot somewhere. Let's put it over like here, I guess. Here's some shit that I was just fucking around with. Pay no attention to this. This is me just getting a feel for the code base. I knew I had it somewhere. It was with a capital F. That's why it was not showing up when I was searching by F in my Git repository. My Git folder. Right, we want to look for run request.modules.twitchchat.sendChatMessage. Send chat message. If we just run a search for this, is it going to show up? Chat.sendChatMessage. Where is Twitch chat defined? Require twitchchat.ds. I do not want to check the actual interface for require. No, thank you. Why is this being such a pain? Sunflower, welcome in. How is it going? We are going... The twitchchat.js, is that what we're looking for? Is this what is providing us with the send chat message functionality? I did not mean to do that. Send chat message. See, it says, yeah, send chat message is being used here, but that is not quite what we're looking for. Hi, on my way home from work. How did work go? How has it been going? I've not really asked you, have I? Is the job good? Are you having fun? I know it's only temporary and stuff, but I hope it is going good for you. This is not the send chat that we are looking for. It's annoying. Twitch chat, send chat message. I think this is it, actually. Potentially? If we go back here, if we go to send chat message, is this an async? It is. Okay. So this is potentially what we are looking for. Sends a message as the bot if available. Otherwise, as a streamer, if your name is provided, the message will be whispered. If it's too long, it'll be automatically broken into multiple fragments and sent individually. Oh, that's cool. So it automatically breaks it up for you as well. I like that. It doesn't look like it has any support for announcements though. So we have, I guess, like 3 options. They're super sweet and kind of easy to navigate in. How are you, Warzy? I'm good. I have good news about the job, Sunflower. They got back to me. They got back to me today, and it's not, I don't have the job yet, but they have another task they want me to do, which is, I guess, better than nothing. It's better than not having the job. I was under the impression that this was supposed to be the last step. Like I was under the impression that the last interview was meant to be the last step, but I guess they've decided to put in another one because they have too many applicants, or maybe they really want to test applicants' technical skills and they didn't have anything that was an actual coding test before now. So who knows exactly what the go is, but you know, I have a little bit more of a chance. Hopefully it goes well. Hopefully, yeah. I have to basically write up a little application over the next few days and submit it to them by end of business day end of business day Monday. So if all goes well, then maybe have job. We'll see. Crossing everything I can. Thank you. You got this. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Josh has been here like 3 days and he's like a massive supporter. Josh is like one of my biggest cheerleaders out of nowhere. I appreciate that. He's come in, he's joined the vibe. He bullies me when the bullying is right. He supports me when the supporting's right. He just like picked up on the vibe of the channel immediately. Yeah, I always say, like, the sign that someone will fit in well in this channel is how quickly they realize they are just allowed to ruthlessly bully me. So it's always good when people just come in, they just immediately realize, yeah, I can just like join in. The mods are giving this guy shit. I can join in too. I'm just like, yep. I pride myself on the fact that aside from bots, I have only ever banned 2 people from my stream, and those were people spamming racial slurs. So, you know, I think I'm pretty tolerant here. We're a pretty tolerant stream. I don't really ban people for many reasons. You know, people can come in. I've had people like actually just give me shit, especially on DBD. I've had people from DBD come in and just get really pissed off at me, but I'm like, yeah, that's all right. Either they just give up and move away, or hell, maybe they like the fact I take banter and they end up becoming part of the community. It's like a win-win. So yes, Sai is here. I told him he's got to message you to help you feel better because you were worried about him. I don't know if he did that. If he didn't do that, then he's in trouble. Don't quote 21 the job at this point. I will not quote 21 the job. We're not going to have a quote 21 moment. Internal use only. Yeah, it's a private as indicated by the leading semicolon. So what I was going to say is we have 3 options here, given that we want to send an announcement. Option number 1 is that we can use this get client chat send announcement module. We can sort of bypass what Firebot is providing and go straight to the library. The problem here is that this is sort of bypassing what is supposed to be done. We are missing out on a lot of things like figuring out if it's using a bot account or a broadcaster account. We are missing any of the sanitation or safeguards that are being presented by Firebot. And it's just in general not a great way to be doing things. The second option we have is to send them as chat messages. We can just say, all right, well, if we are not sending things as announcements, we can at least send chat messages. That's kind of fine. It's, you know, as it might be a bit harder to spot and read. It's not like the old system, but it's sort of the best we can, it's the easiest option. That is also the safest. Or option 3 is we literally just change Firebot so that it has a send announcement function. We could literally just like commit a code change to make Firebot do what we want and then potentially get that merged upstream, which would be kind of cool. The smart thing to do would probably be options 1 or 2 because they are the least amount of work, but I kind of want to do option 3. I kind of want to just make a change to the library and submit it. I keep saying I want to contribute to open source. I actually do want to contribute to this project at some point. So, I don't know, we could just copy this. We could edit it. Rather than that, we'd probably want to make it a little bit cleaner, but like we could probably just make changes to the code or make changes to Firebot itself so that announcements can be sent as part of the chat module. And maybe even see if that gets accepted upstream. Maybe I become an official Firebot developer. That'd be kind of cool. Hey, how is Wazzy? Good stream so far. I love how that is phrased as if Spar is asking chat how I am. Like, Spar has no interest in speaking to me. He's just like, chat, how is the streamer? I'm not going to ask the streamer. The streamer can go fuck himself. Oh, you guys are telling me how the streamer's doing. So you know what? Because that's our headcanon, I'm not answering Spar. You guys are answering Spar. want you all to tell Spar how the stream is going, how I'm doing. I'm going to see how you respond, and I'm going to judge you. Wazzy, what are you coding? I'm trying to port over the code from StreamerBot to Firebot, because I've been mentioning I was going to do this for a while. I've been saying that I've been disliking StreamerBot for quite some time. I've got a lot of problems with it. I eventually have wanted to move over to Firebot, but there's a lot of work involved, particularly because of the blackjack and gacha games. They take a lot of effort and time to port over to a new system. So I wanted to sit down and actually give it a shot today. We've done a lot of really good learning, which has been good. We've got some great ideas on how we're going to progress. We've got a good idea on how a lot of the scripting is going. I understand like how the architecture of the program works now, how I can write scripts. So that's a massive hurdle. That's probably the biggest hurdle over, in fact. I think the coding is going to be the easy part. It was just going to be understanding all of this that was going to take the longest amount of time. So we're going to take the blackjack first, because I think blackjack will be easier. It'll be a nicer way to learn everything. But we've hit a bit of a roadblock because we can't easily send an announcement using Firebot's code. So that is leading us down the rabbit hole of looking at Firebot's code itself, because Firebot's open source. You can go and download all the code right now, as I have, in fact. So I'm looking at Firebot. I'm saying I could literally just add a feature to Firebot so that it can send an announcement. So, I could do that. We could just do some open source development right here, right now. I think that's kind of cool. It'd be cool to just do open source development on stream. Open source is good for your resume. It is good for just being a good person. And if I'm doing it on stream, then you guys get to watch me code. I know, I think it's kind of cool. I speak to people in third person, you fucking goof. I know, just, I'm having fun here. I'm out here causing problems. Spar, Wazzy is good. He heard from the job. Yeah, I did hear from the job. I don't know if you heard when I was telling Sunflower, but I have one more step in the job interview process. I have to code up a little application that to some specifications they provided me, and then I'm going to be having an interview next Tuesday with them to go over what I have done. Just discuss all my decisions, my code, and see if I can convince them to just give me the fucking job, please. But God, this is the process keeps going on. And I guess things are not as bad at this job because this would be the third interview, or the second if you don't count the screening interview with the recruiter, which most places don't. I've had some places where they have 5 fucking interviews, and I just want to in my opinion, if a company has 5 interviews as part of their hiring process, that is a red flag. I don't want to work there. I can't be picky right now, but if I could be picky, 5 interviews would mean I'd say, nah, fuck off. I'm not bothering with your shit. So in that context, 3 is not bad. Before this, it was going to be 2, which would be really good. I'd be like, okay, that is really a company that's showing some fucking efficiency and not wasting my time with an unbelievable number of interviews. But, 3 is still not bad. I guess especially when they are meaningful interviews. It's not just meet the CEO, meet your team lead, meet your team colleagues, meet John the janitor, meet his estranged ex-wife. There's none of that fucking dumb shit. I've had one interview where we went over my architectural understanding, my software design philosophies, and I gave examples of work I've done in the past. This one is them wanting to legitimately see direct code that I have written, how I approach a problem that they have defined, and I'm going to actually judge the quality of my code. So I think that is fair. As far as technical interviews go, having 2 that are highly technical and cover different but very important aspects of software development are fine. I feel like they both could have been covered in 1. I kind of wish they had just given me this one task first. Maybe that would have been better, but I appreciate being given an opportunity to go over some of the other work that I've done in the field, because I've done some really good work. I'm a fucking very good software developer, in my humble opinion. And getting to brag about that in a socially acceptable setting is nice. Yeah, they were clearly impressed. They really liked the information I gave, the solution I designed, and how I described it all. When was the interview? I can burn leaves in the weekend. The interview is Tuesday. Next Tuesday. So that's going to be when I'm actually with the 3 people who are interviewing me. I'm going to go over my code, but I will have to spend a bit of the weekend actually writing the code. I hope it's not complex. I have not actually gone over it yet because fuck, I've not had time today. But there is kind of like a possibility that's going to be a massive fucking coding task. It's going to make me hate myself. If it takes more than a few hours, I'm going to be really pissed off. I mean, like, I'm still going to do it because I goddamn need the fucking job. So I have no choice but to just suck up really bad hiring practices, but I'm just hoping it is very easy. I'm hoping I have no problems. Going to leave on the weekend. Thank you, Sunflower. I joined with an ex-wife. Messy couldn't clean up. That's a good one, Spa. That is in fact the second funniest thing that I have heard today. So congratulations on that. That is good. Shit, Wazzy has a job chat. Hey chat, Wazzy has a follow-up interview. That's good chat. That's good chat for Wazzy. Yeah. Hopefully it becomes a job. I don't know how many more people are going through the interview process. That's sort of the problem, right? I don't know if they just added in this step because they've got too many people and they're like, we want to really weed out people who aren't a good fit. I know there's only one position open, which means there could be any number of people applying. I am sort of just huffing mad copium at the moment to say that, well, it's a non-profit job, so they do not pay fantastic. Maybe that means that a lot of people are disinterested. Hopefully a few people hear that there is another step when there was only meant to be two and say, yeah, nah, I'm not wasting my time anymore. You know, I'll get through this because I've got no other choice. But if it's got a chance of driving away some other people, that would be kind of good. Anything to get rid of the competition. I feel like I'm at a point where if cutting the brakes on the competition's cars would make me more likely to get this job, well, you know, sloth's got to do what a sloth's got to do. But this is hopefully just an opportunity to really display my skill. Problem is that it's with something I'm not super mega ultra familiar with. I have sort of been talking up my experience with a particular technology that I'll be primarily working with. It's something I've worked with before and have worked with similar technologies too. So I'm not like completely new to it, but it is not like something I have deep, incredible familiarity with. So I'm kind of just hoping that I can utilize a lot of my similar skills and piece together the rest to design something that is very impressive. But we will see. The problem is not knowing who you're up against. Like, I don't know if I'm up against some insanely talented developers. Am I up against someone who's like from an ex-Fang role? Or am I up against people who have never coded beyond like a fucking hobby in their life, but have somehow made it this far into the interview? Like, I don't know how good the people I'm competing with are. I know I'm extremely good, but you know, they could have even more years of experience. The only thing that makes me think that I've got a pretty solid chance at this job is the fact that, again, it's a non-profit job that pays far below industry average, so that should drive away anyone who is particularly experienced. It's not a job that's paying like fucking 200k a year or something that's going to have everyone with 10 or less years experience applying for it. It is significantly below industry average, and yeah, that's just probably going to be enough to drive away a lot of more experienced competitors. It's below what I was willing to settle for, actually. It's below the minimum that I said I would even apply to jobs for, but this was an exception I made because it was non-profit and I really liked what they were doing. So I said, you know, I can take a pay cut if it means working in a company where I feel ethically and morally fulfilled. That's one of the reasons I would really like to work here. I don't want to go work for a fucking bank or any of the other dodgy shit. I could honestly, 2 cents a year? Yeah, basically. No, it's a good amount. I don't want to give values because one, I'd be worried about doxing, and two, I don't think it's appropriate to talk about that kind of stuff. Is it really? It's not about appropriate. I feel bad. I feel bad listing the kind of amounts that I want to get because it is a lot of money. We'll say software dev pays, but the amount that I would be getting paid is, yeah, it's less than industry average, but it is enough to live comfortably. It is a lot more than 2 cents a year. Yeah, I won't tell. All I will say is that the industry average in Australian dollars is up to, it was like 150 to 170,000. Around like 150 is like industry average, and it is below that. It's a good chunk below that, so yeah. It's an even bigger drop from where I was. Why are you worried about Dachshund? Was he? What is Dachshund? 3 cents a year. Yeah. Ooh, now we're going up. 3 whole cents a year? That'd be crazy. Twitch is paying me more than that, actually. I got my payout from Twitch today, which was nice. Thank you, Twitch. I say thank you, Twitch. Not thank you to Twitch. Thank you to all my homies who support me on Twitch. Keeping me alive. Let us see here. We could potentially just change this. We could change this so that it is actually setting an announcement. So where does it actually send the announcement? Because there's an API that it is this.whispers or this.say. Ah, I see. Twitch API. Here we go. So this is where it is doing it. Is there anything in here? Nothing in here is handling announcements, actually. Oh. Why can't I control F? Control F is bound to something weird. I have to fix that up. I do not use VS Code enough on my Linux desktop to actually know what is bound to what. I had all the commands set up on my Mac, my old work Mac, and I kind of imported it all over to Linux from there. And now things are kind of weird. Do you see my chat about you not questioning my burning of leaves? I love how you pretend that you know what I do and don't question the fact. Oh, I'm not pretending I know. I'm assuming it is some kind of way of giving good luck that is either witchy or, I guess, like Danish tradition. I probably should have asked, but I don't know. I just assumed it was something that was important to you. It was your way of wishing me good luck, and I didn't need to really understand further than that. 100% witchy. Okay, this is the witchy side. Bro, it is so crazy how I used to absolutely hate all of that stuff. I think I said before that my ex was very into all that kind of stuff. She collected crystals. She was very heavy into astrology. What else? She had some views that are typically associated with very natural people that were questionable and heavily debunked by science that I heavily disagreed with, but that's a whole different story. But I used to never like any of that stuff. I was especially when we first got together, I was a very edgy, very like overly logical kind of person who just had no interest in anything that I didn't feel could be proven by science. I was very much just like, that's not scientifically possible. Next. No, the crystal cannot heal me. The crystal cannot actually convey feelings of love. Next. No, the positions of the planets and the fact that Jupiter is in retrograde has no bearing on my emotions or the workings of technology. Next. Whereas now I'm just like, fuck it, I don't know shit. I know absolutely fucking nothing. I got a real tarot deck for Christmas. That's very cool. I'm awake. Good morning, question mark. Luna, how are you doing? I have crystals, have tarot cards, have to learn, have books, and I want to make altars. That's very cool. I like tarot cards. I didn't necessarily believe in them. I had a tarot reading once. It was, well, in hindsight, like looking back, it has gotten many, many, many things very wrong. But, you know, I think it's cool. I really like the aesthetic of tarot, I suppose I should say. I like it when like TV shows and games utilize the tarot cards like Persona or JoJo. I have said before that I'm writing my my Pathfinder campaign, and it is heavily leveraging the tarot cards as a plot point, which is very fun. I just like tarot cards. I think they're cool. At the very least, the major arcana, not so much the minor arcana. But even if I don't believe in them, I think the tarot readings are very cool. I think it's a lot of fun. I'm quite uncomfortable with the topic of like tarot cards or stuff, Luna. Jupiter can't be in retrograde, only Mercury. There you go. That's the one. I love them. Super cool. My bit badges are tarot cards. Ooh, that's cute. You're encouraging me to go for the bit badges, I see. I'll go for death. I'll settle on death because I am death. I am become death. I'll just deliver the one line, the funny line from the funny nuclear guy, and then I'll be happy. All right, so we were basically like looking over here at chat. We've gotten nowhere. We've done absolutely nothing because you guys keep tricking me into talking. This has not been a programming session. This has been a talking session. It has been a just chatting session, thinly masquerading as software development because all I have done is stared at walls of code. So this is the bot is available. Okay, so if we wanted to add some kind of announcement functionality, we would probably want to leverage what has been done here in send chat message. It checks if the bot account is available. Slash command validation result. I don't know what that is. Slash command finds, validates, and successfully executes command. No need to continue. I see. Okay, this has a bunch of extra checks in it that we kind of don't need. Because we are sending an announcement. But it's like, if we wanted to, like, we either copy the appropriate logic from here that safeguards our announcement, and we put that into our code, or if we really want, we could look at like actually making changes here to the Firebot code and then pushing that upstream and see if they'll merge it. And the worst case scenario, if they say, no, we don't want this functionality, I'll say, all right, I'll just run it locally. Yeah, sorry, cards, I don't mess with them. There's something I don't care much to mess with. That's fair. Like, they are, you know, there's something for everyone. It's all right if tarot cards are not your thing. As I've said before, they weren't my thing for ages, and they still aren't to an extent. Like, I don't see them as anything more than funny. Funny or fun. They're interesting. I don't believe in them. I am largely a believer in you manifest your own destiny more than anything else. I believe they could have some kind of placebo effect. Like, if you are told that, you know, great fortune will come your way and you genuinely believe that, then your actions in life are probably more likely to lead you to that kind of outcome. And that's why I am, I'm a believer in things like manifesting. Not because I think the universe is listening to you and saying, oh, he's believing hard enough, he's going to get what he wants. It's just because I believe that your beliefs are going to impact your actions, and that is what is going to be the biggest influence on your life. If you're positive, if you're optimistic, you genuinely believe something will happen, then you're going to work hard to achieve it. You're going to do your best, and it is much more likely to happen because you are putting in that effort. Whereas if you're pessimistic, if you don't believe something will happen, then your actions will similarly reflect that. You're less likely to try, you will probably perform worse, do lower quality work, and you are going to eventually make that happen. Anyway, those are my beliefs, at least. Confidence is important. Tarot reading is... wait, hang on, we go back up. I love them. Cool. My bit badges. We'll go there. My tarot cards and My tarot cards... The devil and my angel. My tarot card is the devil and my angel number is 666. That is alarming. What are the odds of that? Like, what the fuck? Tarot reading is just an old white woman roasting you for 10 minutes and getting paid to do it. Damn, I'm in the wrong profession. I'm here pretending to be a sloth. I'm here being a sloth on the internet and looking at code pretending to be smart, whereas I could just be yelling at people. I could be roasting people for 10 minutes and getting paid. That's crazy. Burning leaves for you because I have some leaves I have to burn for myself as well. That is good. We're in this together. We are both doing this. We got this. Tarot cards are dope to look at and cards are fucking awesome. Yeah. Sajno workout. Yeah, I've been talking a little bit about that. The whole workout thing. I don't know if they'll come back because I find they're just disruptive to stream. It sort of forces me to get out of my flow of whatever I'm doing and then just like do the exercise. Or I have to wait until I'm in a state where I can actually do them. And then I often forget, or I have multiple that bank up at the time. And it's just a lot of things I don't like about the exercise regime. It was good at first because I like the idea of being held accountable and getting it done on stream. But I've just more and more been finding it a nuisance to deal with. I'd rather just, you know, I'd rather just like exercise off stream, you know. Y'all will have great fortune. Thank you, Josh. Very uncomfortable. Can you please change the subject? It looks like it's naturally leaving there anyway, Luna. I think we are moving on to people yelling at me for the fact I do not have exercise anymore. Bring back the exercise. Look, I've said before, if I can find a way to implement exercise in a way that feels like it is not disruptive to streaming, then I will do it. But the problem is, at the very least, the way I had it, it was disruptive. If there's a way where I could just, I don't know, do exercise where it feels like I can not be... It's just like where I can just get it done without feeling like I have to stop what I am doing to go and exercise. Like, if I was on webcam, I think it'd be a lot better because then it's entertaining. You guys can watch me, like, pump iron. You can watch me do my squats. You can watch me do my crunches. But I'm not on webcam, so all you do is you hear the little PNG saying 1, 2, 3... And I guess you believe that I do it, but it's not as entertaining. I need some kind of way to make it more entertaining. Maybe if I swap to live 2D in the future, that will work. Maybe that is a way to make it more entertaining, but that's obviously a sort of hypothetical at this point. And hello, Leo. Welcome in. There's the capybara. We love seeing that capybara. What if you're doing workouts and count all of it and do it all at the end of stream? But then it's like, I don't know. At that point, I should just be doing exercise anyway. And ultimately, that's where it's going to get to. I'm going to get to a point where I'm doing exercise just as part of my regular routine anyway. And if I'm doing that, then there's going to be days when I just don't want to exercise on stream because I'm like, I did it before stream or I did it yesterday. Today is a breast day. And there's just a lot of ways where it sort of becomes awkward. Like there are days when I would disable the exercise because I was tired from the day before or because I've just had like a really shitty day and I didn't want to do it. And then sometimes I then have to enable it the next day. But if I have it disabled, people ask about it. And I don't know, I might be overthinking. I usually overthink things, but unless I can figure out a better way to exercise on stream without being disruptive, they won't come back. I would like to get one of those like desk treadmills though. They seem very, very cool. I would like to just like walk while I stream. There are some people who have had those recently. Josh Strife Hayes, I talk about him a lot because he is a very cool guy, very cool YouTuber. You can go check him out. He's been doing it recently. He's been playing Path of Exile 2 on his treadmill. Just his desk treadmill, sitting at the desk doing... my alarm is going off because it's midnight. Go away. He has been just like walking at his desk, doing exercise and stuff, which is, I think, very funny. What was I doing? What is going on in chat? Did anyone else join? I feel like someone else joined. I forgot to say something. No, Leo joined, but we did say hello because of the capybara. Kind of hoping I came in early enough that the code is still vaguely comprehensible to my minimal, non-existent coding knowledge. Well, Leo, good news. What you are looking at now is not my code. So we are, as the title implies, we are working on porting our code over, our blackjack, to a new bot, which is Firebot. We're taking the stuff that was on StreamerBot and we're moving it, go away StreamerBot, we're moving it over here. Now, one of the cool things about Firebot is that it's open source. All of the code for Firebot, every single line of it, is fully available on GitHub. You can go over here, you can go Firebot. Here it is, Firebot. It's on GitHub. You can download all of the code. And not only can you download all of the code, I have downloaded all of the code. This is Firebot. This is the application that we are running. So this is not my code, this is Firebot. We're looking through Firebot at one of the functions that we want to use. Because I want to send an announcement through Firebot, but Firebot doesn't support announcements, at least as far as I can tell. Actually, I feel like it should. I'm curious about something. I'm going to look into that in a minute. I had an idea. But I was basically just looking at Firebot because I wanted to see if it had a like send announcement message or some kind of command like that, but it did not. My code is much, much more accessible. The only code I have changed is like this and this. So there's a lot less here. There's a lot less to comprehend. Yippee. My boyfriend sent a snap saying, hope you slept well, gorgeous. I love you. And it made me smile. I've been feeling sad recently because of being sick and missing him and not being able to do anything. He sounds very sweet. Very happy for you too. All right, so we know that send chat message does not work. I mean, it doesn't send an announcement, obviously, because it says send chat message. But what I have just realized is that if we go over here, if we go to effects, if we go chat-based, there's an announce option here. So that means that there is some kind of code within Firebot that is handling announcements. I do not know if that is being exposed in the API though. That is the potential big problem. It's obviously not in twitch-chat.ts, but it must be somewhere. And that is what I realize. So we can find out where that is. It might actually end up being exposed within the parameters that we're able to access in our code. The problem is that I don't really know what an easy way to actually find that is going to be. Because if we go back here, there's like, obviously there's the effect, there's announce says streamer, blah, blah, blah. And we can change color. I don't know the project well enough to know where this is going to be located. There's like, I guess it's under effects somewhere. I could try searching just announce. We'll see what pops up here. It's not going to be under Twitch auth. It won't be Twitch/command handler. Wait, will it? Oh. Oh, actually, this is an interesting point. Because an announcement is actually just a slash command. Because if I do /announce, this is an announcement. It does that. So maybe the trick is that rather than having to send an announcement, we send a chat that is prefixed with /announcement. Maybe that's how it works. But then how do we send different colors? Oh, it's like /announce blue. Aha, we are learning something new here. This is interesting. And here we go. This is chat handlers. So if we go back to something like, where were we at? We're at Twitch chat. We're at Twitch chat. There's a line here where it checks if we are inputting a command and just resolves it right away. Twitch/command handler .validate chat command. So it goes constant command args equals message .split. So this is just taking the input that we gave it. It's splitting it up into different chunks based on where the spaces are. So each space delimits a new portion of the array. h.command.includes h.commands.includes. What is h? Oh, handlers.find. Yeah, so we can literally just send. So we can send chat message /announce, like announce blue. Blackjack is now open. I don't know what exactly we say. What is the exact command? What is the exact text that we use? A new hand of blackjack is open. Type deal followed by your bet to join, e.g. deal 100 or deal all. Entries close in 90 seconds. So we can just put that in. Oh, actually, hang on. /request blue. Not request, /announce blue. And that should just send a blue announcement. Okay, that's easy. Okay. That should work. All right, that is actually simple. We can say it's gamba time. Let's go gambling. I should make it so it actually plays just let's go gambling as a audio cue on the stream. So the audio cue, everyone will just rush back for fucking gambling. That is something we could do probably quite easily, in fact. So I would love to look into that. For now, at least, we'll keep it simple. I say we keep it simple. We're already talking about adding in like several new features as part of this code port. Is bot not online for testing right now? This one is not. Firebot is not currently, I mean, it is technically online, but I have turned off like all of the features because it is like, it is very early stages of being ported over. I've ported over like 10% of functionality. I've ported over all the easy stuff and a couple of other things I want to experiment with. Yeah, it currently handles, when it's all enabled, it'll handle raids, auto shoutouts, scheduled ad breaks, first tracking, daily naps, flip. It does not do blackjack. That was there because I was testing some stuff. It also handles a couple of commands. It's like change game, change the title, check your watch time, shout out and clip. So it checks a couple of basic things, but nothing major. Eventually we will get it all done. This is going to be one of the major steps. I've been sort of hesitant to port over a lot of stuff until I was certain that I'd be able to run blackjack and gutcha the way I want. Because if I couldn't make them work, then this would just not be worth doing. Can't imagine not testing everything as you add it. I have tested most of these things actually. So I've tested this, and yeah, I've tested all of these commands, yeah. But I'm not adding too much more just because like I could spend several hours adding all of the simple things that literally just like take time to add in. But if I spent hours doing all of that and then realized that, oh, I can't actually run blackjack, I can't have gutcha work in the same way that it works on the current StreamerBot implementation, that would be a deal breaker for me. Because as much as I love Firebot, you guys love your blackjack and your gutcha, and I could not deprive the people of what they love. But it's looking promising at the moment. This is looking very, very promising. And what I would like to do actually is see if we can make gutcha even better. So like at this point, I'm pretty confident. I'm like 90% confident that both blackjack and gutcha can be re-implemented at least as well as they were in StreamerBot. particularly for Gacha, what I am really excited about is the prospect of utilizing the fact that Firebot allows you to write to the database to see if I can just like open my own database for Gacha units. Because if I can do that, then it would make storage so much easier. It would simplify a lot of the problems that I've been having with with Gacha in StreamerBot. Nat! Hello! What are you doing here? Why do I say that in such an aggressive tone? Hello, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hello, Sunflower. Hello, Supreme Leader Nat. Hello, Petey Cat, too. Welcome in. It's nice to meet you. How are you going? And how was your stream, Nat? Where are you up to in Persona 5? Hello, Momo people. Oh, Petey Cat, too. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome in. I'm glad you've joined, looked at the absolute mess that is my screen, and just said, yeah, that's worth a follow. This is certainly one of the things of all time to follow in on. I'm in a hurry, so you were the best choice in the debate run, but please have fun and take care for now. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you are... That was like overwhelming. I hope you are well. I hope things are good. I hope you're not in a bad rush. I hope wherever you're rushing to is good, and yeah. I'm just shocked because I thought you were Czech, not Russian. She's never gonna raid me again. She's probably left. She probably didn't hear it. I'm probably fine. Okay. Oh, she heard it. Fuck. Let's see how it is. I'm a raider. I raid. Hello, Syria. Welcome in. That was horrible. Good job. That was actually. I'm kind of proud of that. Oh, okay. I will be flipped. I will be flipped for my crimes. I am put in the washing machine. Please send help. All I know, there are some words on screen. I don't know what the words say, though. I'm in a hurry, she says. Immediately proceeds to flip me like 10 times in a row. The sloth must be punished for his crimes. I'm gonna live by that. That was actually a banger. That was such a good joke. It's rare that I even comment on my own jokes. It's rare that I acknowledge my own jokes, let alone say they are good. So I'm kind of proud of that one. Thank you for the lurk, Nat, and thank you again for the raid. But raiders, hello and welcome. If you're new here, my name is Wazzy Kamawata. You can call me Wazzy for short. I'm a variety streamer from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm also a sloth. I've been described as both cozy and chaotic, so I do invite you to stick around and decide for yourself which of those you think I am. Normally I'd say today we are playing a game. I'd say what game we're playing, what we're doing, but we're not playing a game. We're doing coding. We're doing some good old-fashioned programming in the fantastic language of TypeScript. If you know nothing about programming, then lucky you. Otherwise, welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm trying my best to explain things as we go. The title of my stream kind of covers everything we're up to at the moment, which is just trying to port over a bunch of functionality from my current streamer bot to a new stream bot. At some point, I'd like to get into coding. I think coding is a fantastic hobby that everyone should try and get into. Even if you don't really want it to be a job or anything, knowing a little about coding takes you a very long way in understanding the technologies you work with basically every day, regardless of what your occupation is. Like, everyone uses a computer to some degree. Everyone is working with some kind of technology, and a little bit of programming can just help you understand how computers and systems work a lot better, and at the very least appreciate them, if not be a little bit better at debugging them and just being more familiar with things that are very important in your daily life. For one, I am not a stinky sloth. Wait, what is this in response to? I asked if Nat was Australian, and she said she was European, and I was like, what's the difference? This is the spirit of God gave me the ability to speak English, and I will make it everyone else's problem. I love sayings like that. No, I won't learn to code. You know what? That is fair enough. You do not have to if you don't want to. I cannot force you. I cannot force you yet. One day I may. I'm Australian. Well, welcome, Petey. I see we Australians are continuing to take over Nat's chat. Adelaide, very cool. I am a Melbourne. I'm around too many Americans. I'm pronouncing it the way they do. I'm from Melbourne. Melbourne, not Melbourne. All you Americans saying it as Melbourne, you are wrong. You are infecting me. This is not right. I'm from Melbourne. I will find more Danes to take over your stream. Was he? You guys are still at times like the dominant fucking country. It's insane. Why are there so many Danes in my stream of all the countries? Just because I'm interested in Linux doesn't mean I'd like coding. That's fair enough. You can be interested in Linux, but not like coding. It probably means you shouldn't use Linux because Linux and coding are kind of very intertwined. Melbourne is gross pronunciation. Exactly. Some people with really thick American accents will say it like that, and it's not right. It's not Melbourne. It's Melbourne. It's like you can say it as Melbourne. Not even that. You can't even say Melbourne. If anyone says Melbourne, I'm gonna slap them. It's Melbourne. It's like Melbn. That is it. There is no other letters in Melbourne. That is how you pronounce Melbourne. That is objectively correct. Anything else is wrong. I will refuse to acknowledge that you have said a word unless you pronounce it correctly. But yes, back to topic at hand. We are, at the moment, trying to rewrite our blackjack bot, which is currently implemented in C#. We're writing it in TypeScript, which is the language used by Firebot, the new bot that we are potentially going to be using. You can see the bot has actually just been running there. No one joined in that time, but we do have blackjack that runs once an hour. I love Australia. Australia is great. Come be an Australian, Justin. But yeah, now that we have drawn attention to it, I can actually start another... Where is it? I could start another thingamajig. Give me a second here. Where did I put it? Where's the command? I can't find my own commands. I have too many goddamn fucking commands. I have like 40 something of them. Here we go. Let's go gambling. I can do this. Anyway, now that everyone's paying attention to gambling, you can all join in. If you are new to the stream, then you can claim your daily rewards. If you go down to my redeems, there is a daily map. If you get that, you get 200 sloth coins that you can use to join in on the gambling. Otherwise, if you've been here for a while, you probably have some coins. Justin's got 1,000. Spar's gone all in on 756. But yeah, just go down. There's one channel point. If you are following me, if you've just followed, in fact, you've got enough for it. So there's no point not to get it. Increase your daily count by 1 and gives you more points to gamble with. Went to Melbourne and it was kind of boring, no offense. No, that is fair. I think Melbourne is not necessarily a tourist capital. If you're a tourist, either from Australia or even from outside Australia, Sydney has more sites. You've got the Harbour Bridge, you've got the Opera House. It's very cool for that. I think Melbourne is cool as a place to live. It's a very livable city. It has a lot of very cool things going on. It has, I think, just a lot of things that are not necessarily cool for tourists, but are cool if you live there. I don't really know how to phrase it other than that. It's a good city to live in, basically. It's not flashy. It's not the tourist capital of Australia or the world, but it's just a good place to live. I want to live in Australia, low key. Seems fun. It's pretty good here, honestly. I mean, we complain about everything all the time, but you can't act satisfied with your country or else it'll go backwards even faster than it is. I would say, as far as most first world countries go, it is one of the better ones. A lot that could be better, a lot that could be worse. And I think just the more I am exposed to American media, the more I see everything going on over there, the more appreciative I am that we have a lot of the systems we do. Things just like Centrelink, for example. If you don't have a job, if you are struggling to find a job, then the government will just pay you while you search for a job, which is just insane. It's unheard of. That plus things like healthcare. Like we have universal healthcare, single payer, or I don't know what it's called, but you have like most things covered by the government. You pay $0 for most health related things. If you have to go to the emergency room, then you are probably not paying a cent for that. If you have to visit your GP for a checkup, you're not paying a cent for that. If you have to have surgery, as long as you go through the proper wait list and you don't book in private, then you don't have to pay for that. It's very cool. There's things like that I'm very appreciative of that we have here in Australia that I know at least America does not have. But I gotta go. We'll probably check your stream soon. Well, thank you very much. It was nice to meet you, Petey. I hope you have a great day. Oh, you said you're Australia, so I hope you have a great night. If I had to drop my usual, I hope you have a great day or night, whatever it is where you are. But we know where you are. You're one of us. And it is, in fact, past midnight, so completely understandable you are running off. I should be doing that quite soon as well, but I'm finally feeling like we're getting somewhere. I've spent so much time yapping. I have not gotten as much progress as I had wanted, and well, you know what? I've gotten some progress. We've not written much, but we've gotten a really good understanding of how everything works, which is really exciting, actually. I'm very happy that I understand how this is working. I'm getting the feel of how to write code, and that's sort of the biggest hurdle. Because when I was looking at this for the first time, and when I was looking through the documentation, it was sort of not making a lot of sense. I was like, I feel like there's a lot being left out here. And to be fair, there's a lot not being explained. But now it is starting to come together. We've looked through some more examples. We've studied the code in greater detail, and what we want to know is becoming apparent. Hopefully the bot doesn't cheat. Oh yeah, that's right. You're new here, Josh. The community has collectively agreed that the bot is rigged. Everyone alleges that my bot is rigged, despite the fact it is completely fair and balanced and not rigged in the slightest. But yeah, if you lose, then the bot is definitely rigged. You should yell at it. And you should yell at me for writing a rigged bot. That is the way it goes. Alright, so we are starting blackjack. We start blackjack. We want to send announcement. I guess if we are abstracting this away, we would probably want to go like df space, which would be, we'd want to do something like const chat message equals, it'd be something like /announce blue. Or if we wanted to go further, we could even say that we're going to abstract away what color the announcement is. I feel like that's probably taking it a step too far, given that this is just for blackjack and the only color we use for blackjack is blue. So we probably don't need to over-engineer to that extent. For now, we can probably settle on announce blue. So we're going to say chat message equals /announce blue plus announcement. Just a little worried about the naming conventions we're using here. Announcement's probably a bad name. What if I just change this? Could I change this to like message? Yeah, that'll do. That'll be fine. Again, I've got to stop just overthinking these kinds of things. Okay, so that will send the announcement. Send announcement. We've passed in the run request, and the message is... Actually, do we... Okay, yeah, I know. I know what I was thinking. So this is going to be... This will be chat message, which should be capitalized like that. Run request, and that is our message. I might even go const blackjack open message equals that. What have I done? There we go. So that's the blackjack open message. There. Let's even go one step further again. Okay, it can't be under the imports, but we will put it there. We'll put it there. Blackjack open message equals that. So send announcement, run request, blackjack open message. Okay. That's the first step. We are able to send an announcement when blackjack opens. The next thing we want to do is set some kind of global flag that says that blackjack is open and therefore we are accepting bids. I'm wondering if that's even necessary, actually, because if we go back to the initial implementation of the message of the switch, I was using it to determine whether or not someone should be allowed. Lol, what a nerd! I see you, Sunflower. Call me a nerd over on YouTube. You think I won't see you? It cheated. It's rigged. It's rigged. I've lost everything. I lost a 100k coin bet. You did. I put my house on it. I don't make this bot rigged too. Dude, I've slept early for the past 2 days. Can you believe it? Proud of you, Justin. Very proud. Like a proud father. I put my phone in my pocket and it brought me to a channel called Slow Tour. Who is that and where did my butt go there? I've been sleeping late for the past 3 years. My sleep schedule's all over the place, man. It's bad. I've been going to bed at like 2 a.m. sometimes. We're going to bed at, I don't know, much earlier sometimes. It's all just like all over the place. It's like whenever I'm fucking tired. I've gone to bed at like 6 a.m. sometimes, which is really, really bad. You got probably pulls from a heavily modified Blasher deck with nothing but kings and aces in it that are either gold or steel. Yes, this is true. They've all got red seals on them as well. My sleep schedule is not good to say the least. Yeah, I think that is relatable. Send announcement. So we're sending the announcement. Blackjack is open. We want to accept bid. We want to accept people. What was I saying? We want to be able to accept people who deal in. So that would be something like enabling the deal command. Rather than having just a state of blackjack, which is probably not necessary the more I think about it, we can just handle any of the logic that is required within each of these commands. So this would be something like run request dot modules. Is there anything here that allows me to enable or disable effect manager dot get effect by ID? Pass it like a string dot. This doesn't allow us to disable it. That is interesting. Is effects manager the correct class, the correct interface then? Maybe effect runner? Okay, no. That is not providing what we want. Dot modules dot, is there anything else that could be doing that then? Is it event manager? What do we, if we go back to Firebot, what do they call it? There are events, yes. Or even, it might even be commands manager if we look at it. Modules dot command manager. Can we do something to disable? Is there a disable option? I guess the best way to figure this out is if we go back here. If we go for like new, not new custom command, if I go maybe events or what is the better option? Read something in a funny voice. What is this? Do this in a philosopher voice. Oh my god, this is why. Oh, this is gonna be hard. Sunflower, what the hell is that? Thank you very much. That's a... Please look after yourself. That's a lot of money. There's a lot of money to be spending on a silly sloth, but thank you very much. Oh my god, again, thank you so much. There's a lot. I never know how to react to that kind of money. There's a lot of money for a silly sloth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's I can't even, I don't even want to count. It's an amount. And the littlies too. That's a lot of funny moving gems. They are beautiful. Thank you, Sunflower. Oh my god. That is that is crazy. That is so much. Bejeweled but better? It's bejeweled, but it actually pays my bills. Hey yo, big win. But congratulations on, geez, that's a big badge. I guess I need to work on some badges for, some bit badges, don't I? What the fuck am I doing for bit badges? All right, I need bit badges, I guess. She was badge farming, apparently. I also need to work on Carter. Oh, we got a message coming in. Is this a message? Goku this time. I'm calling Goku. It is. What the fuck was that? It's still going. What? Did Goku just get sucked down the fucking drain? What just happened? That's insane. People on YouTube are gonna be so confused right now. They're gonna be like, what just happened? Goku just said, I didn't hear anything. But unfortunately, Tangia has to be turned off on YouTube because I get in trouble whenever anyone plays Toothless Dance Party. So I apologize, YouTube, but Goku just had a fucking stroke or something. It was alarming. Come watch the Twitch VOD if you want to know more. Only 15,000 to the next one. Sunflower, you gotta stop. You need help. Stop it. But also thank you. I struggle with showing appreciation for people throwing a lot of money at me, and then also wanting to say, please look after yourself, because it's hard to believe you deserve money when you are just a streamer. Oh, yo. Look at him go. I love this guy so much. Yeah, the problem is the music, or the remix that he's dancing to, is basically from... It's like an actual remix. It is on Spotify and stuff, so it triggers all of the copyright filters whenever it actually goes off. So I've got 2 videos that have been like had copyright warnings on them. Okay, back to lurk. Thank you, Sunflower. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you very much for the biddies, and I hope your lurk is okay. I hope you're enjoying whatever it is you are up to. Go away, ads. I don't want to deal with ads. No, you're snoozed. Get snoozed, nerd. Alright, I wanted to see if it's possible to enable or disable an event. Which would mean... Oops, I navigated away on my Twitch dashboard. Effect... Is it effect queues? No, it's like preset effect lists. I wanted to check over here. If I go like... Effects... Can I toggle command? Yeah, there's a toggle command. So there's a way to toggle a command on or off. It is not called toggle, though. That's what is weird. Is it in common? It's in common. Toggle command. You can toggle a command. You can toggle an event as well. So that again suggests that it is somewhere within the code. But we have simply not found it yet. So if we go over here. Yeah, here it is. Toggle command. What is it actually doing? Because it's got to be interacting with some portion of the code, and if we figure out what code it is, commands manager, get all commands, it filters to get the sort tag ID, set custom command. I see. So it is grabbing the custom command, it is then saving the custom command with the type of either active or inactive. Oh yes, the philosopher. Be the philosopher. That is right. That is right. All right.
Yes, English can be weird. It can be understood through tough, thorough thought, though. Because realize. Also, nothing is nothing, because nothing equals to nothing, but nothing is something. But the something that nothing is nothing. Yet, it's still something. Just the something that nothing is nothing equally to something equaling to nothing.
That was fucking hard. I'm pretty sure that, like, in that second sentence, it was you said, like, it could be understood through tough, thorough, though. I think that was meant to be thought. So I'm reading it halfway, I'm pretty sure the second last word of the second sentence is meant to be thought. So I corrected it. I think it came out. But there we go. Philosopher, indeed. Much to ponder on, indeed. I must consult the orb on this pressing issue. Why did I try to follow that? I mean, who needs to follow that? It's so understandable. It is so obvious. Okay, but what was I gonna do? Can I actually leverage this? Is there any way I can? Is this being exposed by any means? I don't think it is, which is unfortunate. Because it'd be nice if I could just hook into what they've initially written, but it doesn't appear so. So I guess what we're going to do is run request.modules.commandmanager.get command. Get custom command by ID. Or rather, they get all commands and they search through to find the one that is matching what we want. But we can probably provide it by ID, can't we? If we go back to... I forget where I store everything. I forgot what page or which one of my desktops I've put Firebot on. We do like new custom command. It could be !blackjack. It is enabled. Oh, we can give it all of the effects and stuff later. But basically what we're doing now is we're grabbing this. So that is a command now. You get, is it all active commands? No, we want to be able to get it even if it is not. Okay, get all custom commands. Dot filter. Com dot. We don't want ID. We want like name, I guess. Com.name equals black. Did I call it blackjack or did I call it hit? I've already forgotten. I called it ! blackjack. It would want to be something like ! hit. Con.name triple equals hit. What is in the background that is being blurred by the half transparent window, by the way? Oh, that is my background. That is Free Ren. Look at her. Free Ren is love. Free Ren is life. I feel like it's one of the few anime where you can have like a wallpaper of Free Ren without being a degenerate. That's why I like it. Free Ren is just like, it is just different. Free Ren hits different. Free Ren is about so fucking much, and you know, I like Free Ren for what she represents. She is cool. I want to rewatch Free Ren. When I first watched Free Ren, I was at the lowest point of my fucking life, and I bawled so fucking much. I have never cried at an anime the way I cried at Free Ren. No ads. We're ending in a minute. And we are not having more ads run for the poor people who are going to have to sit through them only for like 5 more seconds of I don't know, of whatever this is. Content name equals hit. It is that, right? Is that the name, or that's the trigger actually? So wait, is that the name? That says trigger, but is that an alias for name? Is that how that works? I mean, aliases are a different thing. That is even worse. There are many different things. There are restrictions. Only trigger when all restrictions pass. Perhaps it is better to have some kind of global variable then. Because when I was looking over here, we could do like run request dot modules dot what is the word? Get dot modules dot like variable custom variable manager dot add custom variable. How does this work if a custom variable already exists? Replaces the content of the variable name. Okay. So it's an upsert. It replaces it if it exists, otherwise it adds it. Add custom variable blackjack state. And this would be, we'd probably want like an enum for this. Enum blackjack state. This would be active, inactive, or closed, perhaps? Or something like that. Blackjack state dot... Oh, there's like open. Open is probably a better one. I did use different names over here. I had in my other thing. Hang on a second. Oh wait, what have I done? Oh, wait, no, I know what I've done. Never mind. If we go to custom commands for a minute, what have I done here? Active, inactive, or open. Okay, I don't like those names. Those are shit names. Why did I do this? I'm sending you over there. I don't need you anymore. So a hand can be open, the hand can be closed, or it can be inactive. I think those are better names. Open means that you can actively hit, you can actively bid. Closed means that a game is in progress, but you cannot bid, or you cannot bet anymore. And then inactive means that inactive means that it is not happening at all. What a sad elf. She is very sad. She's sad, she's making me sad. Are we ending? I will shortly. I will very shortly. I just don't want to run another ad because I will not be going for another full hour, and I feel bad running ads when I might be ending within like 10 minutes. Imagine having comprehensive variable names. I am a perfectionist and get very anal over my variable names. So we want to set the state to be open. I think this is the best way of handling it, actually. Rather than fuck around with different commands and set them to active or inactive, we can simply set the blackjack state to like be open, and then the other commands can simply reference that and see if it is open or closed as to whether or not they work. Imagine knowing what he's doing. Yeah, I should probably get better at explaining what I'm doing. Basically, what we are doing is we're sending an announcement whenever the blackjack starts. This is going to tell everyone that blackjack has started. We also have this here. We are adding a variable. We're basically telling the whole application that the current state of blackjack is open, and because it's open, that means you can hit and stuff like that. You can tell it that you want to get your, well, you can open, not hit. You can. My brain is turned to mush. Because the state is open, you can put your bets on. You can bet in. You can deal in. And that is like literally all we have done today, but I feel like it's kind of been productive. We've not done too bad, all things considered. So with that, I'm gonna snooze ads one more time, and now I'm gonna properly start finishing up. Probably gonna finish up. If you've enjoyed your time here together with me today, then do consider dropping a follow. It helps a lot. I like to see all of you return at some point, someday, maybe. We'll be doing more coding streams in the future, probably. I feel like it's good. It's good to sort of just like be somewhat accountable, although I've been somewhat less than productive today because of all the yapping. Playing games otherwise as well. We play Path of Exile 2 a lot lately. And Sunday we've got the community games night. Definitely consider coming and joining the Discord if you're not there already. It's a cool place for cool people, and I think you're pretty cool. You can vote on what game we play as a community on Sunday. It's our first ever community games night, and it'll be happening every Sunday from now on. Thank you for that ghost face twerking emote there, Sunflower. It's beautiful. Perfect thing to rock me off to sleep. But yeah, join the Discord. I should give the link for that, shouldn't I? Join the Discord. Cool place for cool people. Come vote on stuff, and I don't know, just join the slumber. I'll be live again on Friday. Why is Leon's little guy just looking derpy? Why he looking derpy like that? I'd wait for Tessa to be in the community game night. I mean, you could vote, and then other people might want it. Who knows? Who knows what the people want? We need to find somebody to raid as well. Who can we raid? I know why I swapped over to there. Who is online? I'm opening 2 tabs, which means one of those was Nat. I was looking at Nat's tab and I think Rose. Oh, Rose raided Nat and Nat raided me. That's why there were 2 of me. Who do we want to raid? There are many people here we could potentially raid. We raided Leisha last night, so we won't raid her again. We could raid Spooky. We have raided, we owe Spooky a raid or 2. And while I am trying to raid new people, I think it is also important to be paying back raids. And we owe Spooky quite a few. Spooky is always supporting us, and I like to support people who support me. So you can go say hi to a good friend of the channel. She's playing Dead by Daylight. I'm sure many of you guys like Dead by Daylight. Only you are left. Need to follow someone in this time slot. Alright, one more Toothless for the road. What a guy. What an absolute Chad. Time sloth. Alright, we are going to go raid Spooky. That Spooky Neko girl. She's a good friend, has raided us more times than I can count, actually. She's probably like my #1 raider at this point. She joined the community very late into the year last year, and she already rose up to 2nd place in raids, was just behind Nat, of course. Nat being our #1 supporter who has raided us once again this year. Yeah. Go over your raid messages. Top if you're subbed. 2nd if you are not subbed. Yeah, join the Discord as I said. Also come check me out on YouTube and TikTok. I post some shorts, some of the highlights from my stream every few days. Another one coming up tomorrow. So if you don't want to miss out, then definitely come join. Again, consider dropping a follow if you've enjoyed your time. I'm live 8 PM Australian time every day except Friday. And yeah, community games coming up on Sunday. If you want to be part of that, then come in. It's probably going to be Gartic Phone this week. And next week we'll probably try for something different again. Bye, Stinky Sleepy Wazzy. Goodbye, Josh. I hope you have a fantastic sleep. And yeah, I don't think there's much else to say. Not on tomorrow, obviously, because tomorrow is my scheduled day off. We can quickly bring up my schedule. You can look at my schedule while we are ending. There you go. That's what we're doing. We're on Wednesday, obviously, doing coding. Nothing tomorrow. I'm playing games with some friends on Friday. We'll be revealing what that game is on Friday. It will be me, Dread Queen Rose, Midaku, and Supreme Leader Nat. We're playing something together. It's a surprise. But you'll have to wait and see what it is on Friday. Come check it out, 8 PM Australian time. Okay, so have a great day or night, whatever it is where you are. I'll see you all again Friday. Take care.